Allegedly!
Hello, everyone.
Allegedly!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Alistair.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinning.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Come on, Judgment, Alistair.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running.
For what?
But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie's time.
Hey, yo, boss. I love it when he does that.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here, coming at you with another raw narrative. I see a bunch of people in here tonight, so it's good to see everyone, and I have a really great show planned for you all today. I'm sorry that I was off for a week, but I think I have everything figured out, except for the streaming service. Good to see you, Heather. Thank you for hitting that like button. I see Brown Eyed Girl, Casey, G of Twins, Unnamed True Crime Channel. Nice to see you guys. Meganels. We have Trishy, Truth for Us. Nice to see you. And then we have Island, Just Dawn, and Elizabeth. So it's good to see all you guys. I wrote you guys down before the show. And we're going to talk a little bit about this picture that's been floating around. So I received the picture, but it had kind of an outline on it. And I think that I was paying too much attention to the outline or something, but I didn't quite see what I was probably supposed to see. And so when I looked back at it, hi, Peggy, nice to see you. When I looked back at it, I just kind of realized that it does look like a person and it looked to me like someone was like holding someone like a baby like this, and the person's arm, so they're in the person's arms and their legs are this way, but the one arm is over on the shoulder. Because when I was manipulating the picture and trying to figure out how to lighten it up or use contrast, all of that kind of thing, just kind of enhance the picture, it seemed to me like the face of the person who was carrying the person, you could see it, did look like CP. So I thought he did look like CP. I don't know if you guys can see it. Maybe I'm just, maybe it's like that dress that was floating around years ago on the internet, where sometimes people would see stripes or some people would see like a green dress or whatever it was. Brown 3, good to see you. So basically, I noticed when I was changing it over every single time that there were some constants in the picture. So, like, the face was the same color as whatever the hand was. Well, then I sent it over to Star. So, shout out to Star Lambert. I sent it over to her, and she outlined it with a very thin outline. And I saw another face behind the other face. So, if you didn't have a chance to see it, you can go see it on my community wall. I posted a couple of different versions of it, just so you guys could get a good look at it. And then also I put it in a video. I also have a clip of that too. So we're just going to kind of go over that and then also continue on with the Lore Lads when they had Steve Fisher on. Both of them are named Aiden, and I heard them refer to themselves as the Lore Lads, so I'm going to go with that. Hello, Julie. Thank you so much for sending people over to my channel. I really appreciate that. And I see Junie. Good to see you, Junie. G of Twins, I did see your message earlier. That was so nice. Good to see you, Cajun Juju. Yeah, so a lot of new faces in here, guys. Thanks for everybody coming in. If I don't get to say hi to you, just yell at me and I will say hi. And so today what we're going to do is just go over that, and then the Lore Lads. Where we left off, it was basically SF saying that he wasn't sure why everybody couldn't just kind of get along. And I think that if you followed this case long enough, you realize that there are a lot of reasons for that, that they have tried to work together in the past. Good to see you, Pretty Bird. And so basically, it hasn't worked out. It's something that doesn't seem like it's in the cards anyway. It might. I mean, I never discount anything. Good to see you, Sandy. And in my opinion, I think that it's just something where they should probably just keep doing what they're doing. Maybe not going on X and fighting and all the drama, but just working separately for a common goal. That might be the best situation, best case scenario in this situation. So let's go ahead and watch the first clip. And like I said, this is Steve. He's kind of saying that he thinks that everybody should kind of back off the parents, but we'll go over what I think afterwards.
I wish we could keep it at that. I don't know why we got to because what if we're wrong? Like, what if people are wrong? And how do you ever apologize for that? How do you ever make it right that you accused these parents of this horrendous thing,
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, I mean, I see where you're coming from there. I think what I would counter with, obviously, that I suspect Chris and Katie had something to do with this. What I would counter with there is that if this was foul play, then the chances you're going to find Sebastian drastically drop. It goes from he's, like you said, he's probably within 0.7 miles of the house to he could be in Memphis, he could be in Virginia, he could be in Kentucky, he could be at the bottom of the river for anybody knows. So I think that's, for me at least, that's why I'm sitting here going, all right, well, what makes foul play look possible? So that's why I'm trying to get the bottom of some of these things. And, obviously, that's with Chris and Katie, if he feels slighted, then that could potentially be motive. At the same time, there could
be Katie and Seth.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
If Seth feels slighted, then that could potentially be motive. In the same way that if Chris feels like, for some reason or another, Sebastian is a problem, he might have motive to do something about it. So I'm just trying to get kind of an understanding. So, but just come back really quickly to what you said about stuff Seth has said. Was it that do you have the screenshot? Like, could you share it?
Yeah.
If you use the share screen function? Yeah.
Well, I don't want to share my screen. Can I email it to you?
You can email it over to us and we can pull it up. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, let me just say, while I'm looking for this,
go for it.
And that's totally, I get it. And listen, like I said, I go through that process daily also of what could have, right? Looking at it because I'm only following, like, I don't come up with a theory and then try and bend things to fit that. I change as like evidence. So then, in like scenario you were talking about, which is fair to talk about, if he was moved and would they find him? So then you got to go through, okay, how would you we know he got to the house, right? We got, if we're believing that, if we're going to believe even Seth that he took the trash out.
Came home to put groceries away because we bought snacks because, he's 15 and snacks. We went to the bowling alley. And then from there we went to dinner. Came home. He took out the trash. That's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway. He took out the trash. That's his chore. He takes the can to the end of the driveway.
Then how does he get out of the house to be moved? That would take like the vehicle and stuff. And who could have been involved? Because keep in mind, there's all kinds of digital forensics that so there's cell brights that have been done on there's dash cams, there's of course the video surveillance, there's all these things that we know her vehicle, onboard computer, like, so we know where vehicles were and were not, and when they were started and not started, and so then you can kind of limit down, like, okay, they didn't leave during this certain time. And also keep in mind that there's other stuff like and I don't want to get deep into this, I'm just going to give you a general thing, but I mean, like Apple Watches and stuff that show people, so, we can tell, just like you can tell what people may have done by those devices, you can tell what they didn't do either, like if they're asleep or whatnot, and still registering heartbeats and stuff,
Yeah, I don't wear my Apple Watch to sleep, partially because I don't want the government to know everything.
Really? There's a reason I stick with analog watches, and that's one of them.
Yeah.
Analog watches from Holtzkern, a partner of the...
Let me just give you one second.
Yeah, sure, go for it. Because I just chat really quick with you, Thornbury, about kind of what I'm thinking here is...
Steve Fisher is clearly unprepared for this question. Obviously, he was asked this question before, and he didn't produce an answer or receipts. I find it funny that he wants to spread all of this misinformation out there, but he doesn't have the receipts to back it up. So if you're going to say something like that, and then you know that you're going to go on this interview, this is a known interview that was going to happen, then why didn't he already have this information on hand? And even furthermore, why didn't he send this over to the Aidens so they can prepare for their show? It's just another bunch of smoke and mirrors, in my opinion. And as we're about to see, he does send a piece of information via email to the Aidens, but it is not sufficient, and we will see that later.
What about that morning when Sebastian was reported missing? How exhaustive was the search of the Proudfoot home? Did they actually look to see if Sebastian... Did they clear every room of that house and ensure that Sebastian wasn't there? Because if not, that could complicate things.
Yeah, and also, not only did they clear it, but like to what level of scrutiny did they clear it? Because like you just said with John Bonet,
somebody opened a door to the room and that she was in and didn't see her.
So it took, the fourth time, I think it was.
Fifth, technically.
Fifth.
Hey, Margaret, good to see you. I'm sorry that you guys saw my live last night that I didn't erase. I erased it on StreamYard, but I didn't erase it on YouTube, so I apologize for that little mix-up, because I think people thought I was still going on, but I was just testing it because it wasn't working, and so all of my attempts before didn't work, and then I got real excited, and I think I just exited out of it too fast. But you guys were making some really great points in the chat too, so thank you so much for that. And it's good to see everybody coming in, so welcome in. So basically, in this part of the interview, we have the speculation on the picture. There, he's talking about how we can't really be pointing fingers at people when we don't know, and I agree with that. We can't really say, obviously, it's, you know, in this country we're innocent until we're proven guilty, not the other way around. So I totally understand that, but a lot of this is causing speculation. In this case, there has been tons of speculation from the beginning, and I think a lot of that has to do with some of the crazy interviews that were coming out and the way that the Proud Feet handled themselves. And so the picture causing speculation in the interviews are one of my big reasons why. Yes, I think that, you know, there's probably some things that I've gotten wrong on this. Obviously, there's a lot in the case. So there's going to be times where we're going to get something wrong, or we'll start thinking one way and then we'll say, oh, no, that couldn't be because of this, or, you know, whatever it is. But we're just trying to figure it out. Right. So no harm, no foul, unless, you know, people are doing things like doxing and things like that. But either way, he was talking about how Sebastian could be either 0.7 miles away, or he could be anywhere, as in he could be all the way in Kentucky, or, you know, wherever, even alluded to some other horrible possibilities. With this picture, I think that it just goes to show that if it is in fact a person carrying another person and a person behind that person, that looks like it could be Chris and Katie and Sebastian, then, you know, some of that more grim speculation is going to come into play naturally. And, you know, I was just shocked when I saw it. I thought it looked really awful, in terms of what we were talking about, going from the house, someone going from the house, meeting somebody up, and then the other person going back to the house, just one flashlight. So just a lot to speculate on. They were also, so then SF himself goes on to speculate about Seth versus Mr. Foot, the stepfoot. And what they're saying is, and, you know, Aiden is asking him questions as well, but he's saying that if Seth was slighted in a certain way, then that might make him look like he is a guilty party in the matter. But if Chris wanting Sebastian gone, and him looking at Sebastian as a problem in their marriage, in their life, just in general, it seems like he really didn't like Sebastian. And I do feel like that is a strong opinion of mine, just based on what we've seen and what he has said about Sebastian. He just doesn't seem to like him. Maybe they didn't mesh well together. But either way, those were some of the speculations that they were going over. Now, he's asked again for this screenshot, and in the previous episode he didn't get to that part, so I said spoiler alert, he didn't. But he was asked already for this screenshot, this proof, and I would think that if he was going on the show, he would think to bring that up, or to you know, at least have some points prepared, especially big ones like accusing somebody of such a terrible thing, right? Someone liking a younger child and things like that is obviously frowned upon when you're an older man, and things like that, and vice versa. We've seen a lot of teachers like that lately with younger boys, which is awful. But either way, it was a screenshot from T-Rev's show, so it was in his chat. So somebody screenshotted the chat, and basically he was supposed to have sent that over to him, but he never did. And so then he's like, well, hold on a second, you know, I got to look for it and everything. And he's looking feverishly, like he's turning red. He's like nervous, you know, all of this stuff. Because I think when it was received, it was more or less kind of like a dud, a nothing burger, kind of like, oh, it was supposed to be really, really big bombshell evidence that this happened. And then it was kind of just like, it didn't. I saw Unnamed True Crime Channel's comment, and I agree. I don't think that it's really a part of the case. I mean, obviously those Children, rest their soul. If this happened, I'm not a believer in that. I wouldn't do it personally, but I know that people have to, and there's certain circumstances, and I don't judge for that. So to me, that doesn't make sense to me to bring it into a case like this, and speculate so hard on it anyway. It's not very important, right? And then also they had a child subsequently, and his name's Sebastian, and he's missing. So, and he's about to be missing for a year. So I think the focus is just being taken off of Sebastian. And as I said in the video previously that I made, just not alive, but the one that I posted, it's been a point of contention lately, especially I think it was probably maybe like even 3 or 4 months into it, it really got bad, and it just hasn't stopped, but kind of just like the snowball effect. But basically my opinion on it is that Sebastian's most important. We all know that. Everybody that's for Sebastian understands that. But when we throw his name around and say, well, it's not about him, it's about this. In this case, I really feel like that is true. That rings true. Like, it's not important. But for some reason, we're speculating really hard on it, and we're wanting this proof, which I think there was a lot of other good proof that Steve Fisher could have provided, as I'm going to say later on. But just as an example, the Apple Watch. Katie's Apple Watch data would have been very helpful in easing somebody's some of these opinions out there that are harsher against Katie, had we had some concrete, solid evidence that he could have shared, some sort of proof that she wasn't involved, anything really, just any little nugget would have been better than what he did up there, in my opinion. So he does share that over with T-Rev, but excuse me, he does share T-Rev's chat screenshot, but it's not very convincing evidence, and we'll see that later on. Now, SF does say that we know he got to the house. I don't know if I know that he got to the house. For the flashlight video to be a theory of mine, I am just my opinion, he would have to have been back at the house, right? Because there would be a reason why somebody's carrying something out to a vehicle, allegedly. So I don't know, but if the Texas Roadhouse theory is right, because I also wonder why they're bringing him to Texas Roadhouse. What is the point when Sebastian doesn't eat red meat? Katie didn't buy a steak. I know I keep saying that. It's just it bothers me. But if he didn't make it home from the Roadhouse, well, that would be a reason to speculate on that, because maybe he was taken and handed off. Katie did park in the garage. We don't know that Sebastian did in fact take the trash out, which that's why I said earlier, I really think that it's weird that it's weird that Steve Fisher would say Seth said that. He never did say that. What happened is Katie said that originally on the Chronicles of Olivia interview, and she made that statement added to her previous statements. So that was about the 4th interview. She had never mentioned Sebastian taking out the trash, but then we hear of this ring camera footage of someone taking the trash out, and then that caused very, very heavy speculation. In particular, where I saw it the most, because that's where I was hanging out, was in Pascal's. So in that, to keep that in mind, Seth was going on Pascal a lot, and he was seeing what people were saying in the chat and things like that. And then he asked to see the video of the trash can, and he, not the trash truck video. I'm talking about Sebastian or someone, whoever it was, take out the trash that night. So for all of these theories to work, we obviously, hey Gracie, good to see you. Well, we'd obviously have to be mindful of the series of events and how it would have to go down in order for whatever theory to work. And so, but in the very beginning, that caused a ton of speculation. It caused a ton of speculation that there was no Texas Roadhouse video or no last time seeing Sebastian out and about, since they were so active that day. So just a lot to consider. And so that's kind of my take on things. You guys have some really good Oh, yeah, Julie, I did hear something about that one. I did hear something about his photography endeavor. I just thought, I put that in the first video. I just thought like his hands going like this and that and like being really weird about it. Like, I don't know, it gave me the creeps. So I just I put it out there and, what my kind of knee jerk reaction was, hey, the path, good to see you. Good to see you. Um, so it was just my knee jerk reaction was, it was kind of something that he was reminiscing a little bit too creepily upon, from his past. But let's go ahead and watch this next clip.
So,
Well,
depending on what you're
depending on
considering,
what you believe about John
Yeah.
Ramsey's
yeah,
claims.
but it was more than 3
Yeah.
to actually find the individual in the room.
So
Yeah.
I mean, do you know the answer to
So,
that? Do you know how thorough it was?
Yeah, I mean, I know that over multiple the canines were allowed in the house. I know there's been some rumor out there about them not letting canine in the house. That was a private handler. They didn't let it in the house. That was saying that she was deputized by TBI, but wasn't. And TBI was like, "Gee, it has nothing to do with us." So that's the person spreading that. There was I think 12 canines over like 4 days and they came in the house and then I know TBI came out with a statement saying that the house itself was searched multiple times by agents also, not just canines. So
What about the morning of?
yes, that's so the morning of, I know that they let's say the morning of the bloodhounds arrived at like I think they started about 2 p.m. So I think they got on scene at like 1:30 or something like that. So, but I know that agents were in the house immediately. And Seth even mentioned that too. Seth mentioned that when he arrived, he sat outside for 30 minutes for some reason, watching what was going on. But so there was people in and out. There was no like restrictions put on who could come in and out. As far as, in other words, the Proudfoots didn't say nobody's allowed in, that anybody that was law enforcement was allowed in. And just with the layout of the house, there's no, and I'm not saying there's any excuse for that in the John Bonet case, but that was a much bigger house, I think, with, there's not really any hidden, but it was searched. And, keep in mind in the coming days after that, then they started searching like the storm pipes and stuff and under the house and whatnot. And so I'm confident it was and also, they did bring in, canines and HRD, which are cadaver dogs, and also just human wise, like with that many law enforcement people come in and go, somebody would have picked up the detection up. So,
Yeah. One other really quick thing, because this is something I've been trying to nail down. The morning of the report, my understanding is that Katie goes to check in on Sebastian. He's not in bed. She then goes downstairs to see if maybe he's making himself breakfast. He's not downstairs. She looks around the house. He's not there. She calls Chris. Chris then calls the sheriff's department or county dispatch. Correct?
6 o'clock, I went to wake him up for school Monday morning. And that's when he wasn't here.
What was going through your mind at that point? Like, what were the feelings that you were feeling?
To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Choice words were used. Where the F is he? I had looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, walls and watch, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But, after I looked, and I mean, mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat, but, I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming. And he was like, three-wayed. He three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them, like, our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house, they're on their way. And I drove back to the house. And 20 days later, we haven't found him.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful that is. And
yeah, so there's not a it's not downstairs. It's a like ranch style house.
Well,
so
yeah,
it's
I guess that's my understanding was that it was kind of like a little bit of a split level almost, but
no, but yeah. So I'm sorry. So yeah, so there was that, and then he's not there, and then what you say? She calls Chris.
mm-hmm. Chris
Well, I'm
calls.
sorry.
Yeah, sure. So my understanding was that she searches the house, doesn't find Sebastian. She calls Chris. Chris calls county dispatch, and then they send out either a deputy or a Hendersonville PD officer.
Well, there was also
so they called on three-way call together.
Mm-hmm. So at that, and then if you listen to the dispatch call, they say that Katie is driving around looking for Sebastian. Correct?
Okay, guys. So basically, in this clip, we see Katie retell because obviously they weren't there, so I wanted you to be able to at least hear what she was saying on Chronicles of Olivia. And I did see the Unnamed True Crime Channel asked about what day the interview was. So it's kind of hard to tell. I know that it happened in early March, somewhere around between the 8th and the 16th, but it did air on YouTube. That's Chronicles of Olivia. She's fantastic. And she travels and does everything. She's a really good journalist. March 16th, 2024. So 20 days into Sebastian being missing, this was aired, but it was filmed and kind of edited and things like that. So it may have happened a little bit earlier than that. And I just wanted to say hey to Lindsay, Joe. I have Mary and Couponing. Good to see you guys. Good to see you. And Sharon too. So also, SF confirms that everything has been searched, that he's confident, and he does say that a couple times, that he's very confident that the home of the feet was searched thoroughly. I don't think it was searched as well as it should have been. I definitely don't think it was searched in the way of a crime scene. I think it was searched more in the way of a runaway situation, maybe looking through his room, maybe looking to see if he took certain items, things like that. I don't think that it was a search that probably needed to happen just in case it wasn't a runaway situation. And that's just in my opinion. He brings up the fact that there were some cadaver dogs that were brought in. I've heard a whole bunch of different conflicting information on that. I definitely know that there was a bloodhound because I could look at that dog and see that is a bloodhound. But in terms of if there was extensive use of cadaver dogs and things like that, I don't think so. He just kind of says, I'm confident. He skates over a lot. Says a lot without saying anything. That's just par for the course with that side of the family. They said he did say something about Julia, the dog handler, and her never talking to TBI. I do have it on my community wall. Her receipts that she's produced for that. So just so you all know, that apparently she was talking with the TBI and that sort of thing. So I don't know why that was like kind of a dig at her, but that's the dog handler that they said was not allowed to come into their home. But all of the other dogs that were used from law enforcement, SF says he's confident that they were able to thoroughly search the home. And so he also goes into a bit of semantics, of course, with the Aidens. And he says that the Proudfoot's home is not a 2-story home or anything, but there is a room above the garage. So you would have to go up to get up there. So it is a ranch style house, but it's a bonus room. So it's basically an extra room. They can't really call it a bedroom. It's non-conforming, and it's just an extra kind of room up there where you could use it for whatever you'd wish to use it for, right? But when it's being described, that's why they'll say it's a bonus room, and that's what Chris even called it. And so, but yeah, if I'm assuming that if she looked all over the house, she looked all over the house. So she even went upstairs to the bonus room, or however you would get up there. Maybe there's only like 3 stairs to get up or something like that. But either way, there is that extra room, and that's what Aiden, and he was referring to that. And I think that, Steve Fisher is smart enough. Hey, Scranton Strangler, smart enough to put it together, but it's just kind of more word salad and just more ways of skating past the question and hoping that he won't have to produce any receipts, because obviously he wasn't prepared if he does even have any receipts. Good to see you, Cajun Cutie. So let's go ahead and watch this very next clip and we will discuss.
And then there's this little nugget. Let's watch.
Drove around the neighborhood, and I drove over by the school, and he's already, like, at this point I was like hysterical, and I was at the school, and he's already.
Seeing Katie do the cutthroat gesture, I decided to Google it. I Googled it, y'all. The cutthroat gesture is performed by drawing the hand or a finger, usually the thumb or 2, across the throat. It represents slitting the throat with a knife and means that the gesturee or someone else is metaphorically being unalived. In my humble opinion, Katie caught herself just there.
Around this neighborhood, and this whole community, I mean, I can tell you that much here. When it comes to the cameras, there has not been one person that has said no. And trust me, it is greatly felt that everybody has been so open, so helpful in pushing out any which way they can. I mean, there's been some families that have actually been on vacation that weren't home, and they got information. That weren't home, and they got information.
And then there's this little ditty that I slowed down. Did she say, "Don't give out sus"? That's what I heard.
And they've got permission from that family to take a look at their cameras and go in their houses without them even being present, which has been amazing. So, but yeah.
That's good.
So
yeah.
So Katie left the house in the vehicle before any officers arrived.
Yes.
Okay.
She did.
Got it.
She did. I will say, because I know what you're, rightfully, smart to think about. I will say that because of the placement of the various cameras, and there not being that many streets in that development, you can see her like driving these grids essentially. She's never off camera in the car for more than 20, 25 seconds. Like she'll go up straight and then come down. And so I'm confident there, wouldn't be time to get rid of somebody, if you will.
Didn't she also head out east towards Gallatin at one point that morning?
Not that I know of. No,
I'll have to revisit that because you watched the documentary we did earlier today.
I did. I can't remember if it was her going out during that search or if it was Chris going out later in the day. But
one of them did drive out towards Gallatin.
Yes, somebody went out towards Gallatin to look because there was a specific tie there that you had mentioned in the video.
Yeah, I feel like it was Katie, but I don't know for sure.
So there was 2 specific sightings that were called in, I think, from law enforcement. There was one of a kid wearing a black hoodie that was like walking along a road, and then there was somebody that was flying a drone that spotted a kid. So maybe they went. Listen, I don't know. Once law enforcement got there, I don't know their movements. And I know that at one point, I know that Chris was riding around with TBI looking, and then, but I don't know their exact movements. So I know that Chris and Seth together, I think for a couple of days, actually rode around searching together before things kind of broke down.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the
notes
for this because I'm trying to remember exactly what it was that we had discovered on that end. Max led him to the retaining pond, several hours. Yeah, I know that there was something out in Gallatin. I just can't remember the exact details about it. But yeah, so, all right, good to know. So there's no point that you've seen where she leaves that neighborhood?
Well, she I mean, it says, I think, I don't see her on the camera over there, but I think she left to go over to the school, which is
very nearby,
2 blocks, whatever, over. But other than that, no.
Gotcha. So this is another whereabouts question that I think is important because it's definitely come up many times. And I struggled back when we started our coverage in July. Something that I was struggling to find a law enforcement source on, but I was able to find news media, private investigators. I think Seth's private investigator, Heather. Yeah, Heather. She had said that she confirmed Chris was in Memphis that entire night, but I was unable to find a law enforcement source confirming that. Has law enforcement established that Chris Proudfoot was in Memphis the whole night?
Yes, and I mean, and that is something that, again, you're going to have to kind of have some trust in because they're not going to come out and say it, but
Okay, guys. So I do think that jammers could have possibly been used. I really do believe that, Heather, because when I did some research on them, with Katie's background, I think that would be very easy for her to be able to operate something like that and to know how to jam them up at a specific time. And so, yes, I do. I honestly do think that there may have been something happening with that. Or maybe they were targeting specific cameras because SF does allege that Katie was caught on camera driving through the neighborhood. Obviously, we all know how the neighborhood is, but if you don't, it's basically like little cul-de-sacs. Like you might go up a hill, there'll be a cul-de-sac, and then you might go down another street, there's a cul-de-sac. So it's kind of just like a very small little area, that has houses in it, very nice houses. And I mean, she was also seen on camera at the school. So, and then that didn't even come out until much later. Chloe PI is the one that confirmed that with us on Web Sleuths, that Katie was in fact caught on camera that morning at the school. And then all of a sudden, miraculously, Katie is adding that into her story. Once she figured out she was caught on camera at the school, she doesn't get out of her vehicle. She just drives around the parking lot and then leaves. So there's that. Now, I don't know if Katie did shower in the morning and put gel in her hair. She may have. I'm not sure. We were talking about that on a previous live, how she may have gotten up before Sebastian, gotten in the shower, got herself kind of ready or half ready, and then goes to wake Sebastian up. It just kind of depends on her parenting style and how she does things. I know that she does things very rushed, in my opinion, because of what she has said. She gives Sebastian only an hour in the morning. That's not really enough time, I don't think, anyway. So there's that. That's my opinion, but it just seems like she would rush through. She didn't mention that she had taken a shower the night before or anything like that. She said she was on the couch studying and talking to Chris, and then he told her to get to bed and put the dogs up because she was falling asleep with him on the phone. But I would love to know if there's anything, out there. I would love to see it because, I'm curious to know if she was dressed at this point, if she even had a chance, because in all of these interviews, we get the same story about how, she woke up and went into his room and tried to wake him up for school, and he wasn't there. And then she hurried up, looked around the house. She says that it happened in 1 minute flat in one video, excuse me, 1 minute flat in one interview. And then in another interview, she says again 3 minutes or something like that total. So it is a little bit sketchy on that as well. But either way, she's basically saying the same thing, that she got straight up, woke up Sebastian, and was looking for him all over. Then she gets in her car. She adds all of these details as we go. So, Gracie, I have not seen the poster for the March Vigil yet. I haven't seen that floating around. But I'll check my Facebook because I haven't been on Facebook. So, but either way, let's see. I found it very odd, and I don't know what you all think about it, but I found it to be very odd when the first conclusion that is jumped to in SF's mind is him saying that Katie didn't have enough time to get rid of someone, so to speak. And that kind of bothered me because I don't think that that is what Aiden was alluding to in his line of questioning. I think that he was just asking the questions about that particular morning, about that particular time frame when they're calling the police on a three-way call and Katie is driving around. She said that she was muted and Chris was the one that was talking. They did not call 911. Of course, they called the sheriff's office directly. And he just basically goes right there. His brain just goes right there. Oh, I know what you're saying and I understand why. But no, I don't think he was saying that. And I don't think that you do understand. He's just trying to gather the information to find out what was going on that morning or what happened that morning. That's my opinion. But I thought it was weird that his brain automatically went there. Well, she didn't have enough time to get rid of anybody. It's like, whoa, slow down there, buddy. That's not what we're saying, but you did. So either way, then there was something that I found interesting, and I don't know, maybe you all can help me out with it in the chat. But Steve Fisher says that someone, or excuse me, Steve doesn't say it. Aiden says someone drove out towards Gallatin. Either it was Katie or Chris. Now, that wouldn't be very odd in their case because they do have family in Gallatin. Obviously, the Sox live there, and they also go to church there. There's a lot of things that they're connected with in Gallatin. So, is it odd that they're driving out that way to look for Sebastian? Yes, I do think so. And it was not confirmed yet, obviously, who that was or what that was. But SF goes into just he diverts attention away to sightings of Sebastian. Like someone saw a kid in this wearing a hoodie and blah 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 blah. He doesn't stay on topic because he's, I think, alluding, well, I should say he's dodging these questions. So he doesn't want to stay on task or on target. He doesn't want to just answer the questions with a simple yes or no answer. He wants to go into all of these other things that they weren't even talking about, like sightings of Sebastian. That's not what he was asked. What he was asked was, did Katie go out towards Gallatin? Because she was spotted going towards that way on that day. And instead he starts talking about sightings of Sebastian. So again, it's just a lot of that diverting attention away. We see that a lot with Chris Proudfoot. He gets mean and hateful. SF is just more of like a bumbling buffoon. No harm or anything. He's not yelling at Aiden. He's not being rude or disrespectful on panel, but he's just bumbling around and, well, there was a sighting of Sebastian, da da da. And it's like, okay, well, but where's the connection? If there was a sighting of Sebastian, did Chris or Katie go toward Gallatin because they were looking for him, or what's the deal? But he doesn't ever tell us what the deal is. So, also, he brings up the fact that Chris was riding around with TBI, which I find to be really weird. In my opinion, the reason why they would have Chris, of all people, who wasn't even supposed to be in the area when this all occurred. He was 3.5 hours away, according to him. I don't know if I believe that. But he says that he was that far away. So why did the TBI take him for a ride around? How come they didn't take Katie for one? I think that it was because they wanted to gauge him. I think they wanted to see what he was like. Maybe conversationally, maybe see what kind of reactions they could get out of him, to gather more information. So that's my opinion. And then I do think the jammers could have been used here. Hey, Abigail, nice to see you. But I'm not sure. Hey, Judy, good to see you. Good to see you, Judy. I got your email. I have to email you back. Yeah, he does ramble a lot, Julie. He does. He does. Oh, the mattress. Yeah, that mattress cover. Oh, good Lord. That's a whole. He wants to push his narrative, Trishy. Yeah, he does, because he doesn't really, just answer the question. Some of these questions aren't that hard, and they're just yes or no, or I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know. He doesn't seem like he's a very good investigator. He just spends a whole lot of time like smack talking on X and just kind of, lollygagging around, in my opinion. I still don't know about anybody that he's really found or helped out in a positive way. I've never witnessed that or heard of anybody say, SF is a great guy. He's done all this stuff for our family of the missing, that sort of thing. So, oh, Joe, he does. Joe says that Seth has the Vigil poster on YouTube. Okay, perfect. Great. I'm going to go over there and look. I haven't been on a whole lot today except for uploading on my community post and that sort of thing. Oh, thank you, Sandy. There we go. You like Steve? That's okay, unnamed true crime channel. That's all right. You could like whoever you want, hon. That's no big deal. I didn't have a problem with Steve. I'll tell you, until recently. He was really kind to me in Pascal's chat during the Riley Strain case. He was doing research on that case. He was able to answer very directly to me and politely and everything, whatever you want to call it, cordially. I was asking about water temperatures. I was doing the same sort of research as he was, and he answered my question, and it made sense, and everything was perfect. It was concise. We're not seeing this in this case, so that's why I'm frustrated. But yeah, like whoever you want. He's not, like I said before, he's not horrible as a person. I just don't think that I think that he's working for the Proud Feet because he's being paid by the Proud Feet. So he's going to do everything and say everything that they would want him to do and say. And then also ultimately, I think they may be on the paperwork, but I think Mama Socks is paying for a lot of it, or Step Foot Socks. And Sandy says candlelight prayer vigil Saturday, March 1st at 2025 at 2 p.m. and that's Central Time. So 768 Forest Retreat Road in Hendersonville. That doesn't sound like a familiar place. Maybe it's a different place that they've had it before. So if you guys can make it out there, definitely do that. I'm glad that they're having another vigil. Hey, Troopers Mom, good to see you. I'm really hoping that this one goes well. And Show Poodles, hey, Show Poodles, good to see you. Good to see you. And good to see Judy. Cal Gal, good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, so, okay, Heather says, yeah, heard LE didn't want it. So where did it go? Yeah, I don't, and I don't think they did a very good job to begin with. I really don't. And I'll stand by that. I think that they showed some unconscious bias. I think that when it comes to the way that somebody's appearance is, the first impression is very important. I think their first impression was Navy, clean house, food in the house, different things like that. Yes, they had CPS involvement in the past, but just first impressions, and especially with the Navy background. And then we have the Eric Craddock, who also has that background too. So that is just one thing that can be used to manipulate, in my opinion, the situation. And I think that did happen. And I don't think that there was a thorough investigation in terms of it being foul play. They were just hell bent on saying that Sebastian walked off, but they had no proof of it. And Megan L says, anyone who can talk shit about Sebastian like SF has tried to victim blame is a bad person, in my opinion. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right on that. He tries to do it in this portion too, because I've done 2 other parts on this, and I just posted them as videos because I wasn't able to go live. But yeah, he does. He calls Sebastian a creeper. So get ready for that one, you guys, because he definitely does do that, and it's a real asshole thing to do. I don't know why anybody would say that about Sebastian. He seemed like a really sweet kid to me, and if he was doing anything out of the ordinary, again, and I've said this a million times on my channel, but I will say it again, that disgusting ass ding-a-ling song that his stepfoot showed him and exposed him to after a traumatic event like he had in his life, maybe that's why he may have said some inappropriate or done some inappropriate things. Is that his fault? Hell no, it's not his fault. It's who he was being raised by and who he was being exposed to. And I'm sure Chris thought it was cute and funny when Sebastian would act out, and then he can, laugh at him, make fun of him, and then, punish him. So yeah, SF has really showed his ass. Let's just put it that way. But in the past, I'd never had a problem with him. He was cordial to me. And Julie says, do you think Katie should be worried that SF is not really working for her? I think so. That's a good question, Julie. I think so. I think that I think they should be upset with the way that he handled himself. If I was paying somebody that much money, I would expect them to show receipts or don't say it. If you can't produce something to back it up, don't make allegations against somebody. And that's what he was doing. And especially when you're a PI, you can get more privileged information. You're not going to be able to get classified information, but you're going to be able to get privileged information, unless you know a dirty cop, and then they're going to tell you, because that happens. It definitely does. But yeah, I think they should be upset. I do. And I think that I think Katie, again, Chris pretty much rules the roost there, in my opinion. I know that it's been speculated and back and forth, and there's been times where I think that Katie can be manipulative as well. Absolutely. But yeah, I think he was picked by Chris, and Chris was going to pick his own person. He wasn't going to go with Tony. He wasn't going to do anything with Seth. He wants his own person and how he wants it, because it's like Chris's way or the highway. That's how he is. So yeah, I do think that she should be upset, because she probably would have picked a better choice, especially, if she showed more care and love towards her son. Seeing the pictures, again, I'm back on the bandwagon of, she had something to do with it. Directly, if that is her in the picture. So, but I do think that I think Chris throws fits, and if he doesn't get it his way, he's going to throw a fit, and she doesn't want to deal with it, so she just gives in. That can be another way that she deals or handles it. She just doesn't want to deal with the BS. And Mary says, I'm so glad you're doing a live. Oh, thank you, Mary. I missed you too. Oh my goodness. I was so glad, guys. I was so bored last week. It was awful. Yeah. Gracie says, I agree. It makes me so mad. It is. It's maddening, guys. Like when you see it, it's like, you are having that dream still on Name True Crime Channel. Oh my goodness. Well, I don't know what to think about the silos. I really don't know what to think about them. They're not exactly on the property. If they belong to them, I think I would be a little bit more apt to want to check there. I think they should check all of their houses though, and I don't know that there's been a thorough enough search of that sort of thing. I don't think that they've gone and searched where they should. There's a lot of houses, like I said, that Kathy has had access to, where she could have gone there at any time of the night or day. So Abigail, he has been missing for almost a year. So February 25th was when he was last seen. The 26th was when he was reported missing, and that was in 2024. So at the end of February, we will have the anniversary of a year if he's not found by then. So, yeah, he's a child. Exactly, Gracie. He's a child. And also, Katie has referred to him as childlike also because of his chromosome deletion, because of his the autism that he was recently diagnosed with. So there are some things that he just like didn't understand really. It's sad because he can't help it. You know what I mean? He can't help it. And if he does act differently than most people, it doesn't mean that he's creepy. It just means that he's different and he doesn't understand maybe those social cues or how to read the room. But in my opinion, neither does Chris. Look at Katie. I mean, they are so awkward. People can say what they will about it. But, like even Seth, I know Seth can be a little bit, there's been some interviews that were a little bit off or strange, or some things that he said a little bit, okay, cause pause, but nothing like Chris or Katie. They're very, very, for lack of a better way to say it, just they're socially awkward as well. And Chris rages, he just rages. Like, could you imagine going to a barbecue and somebody setting him off and he just starts raging out? And then you have Sebastian who's super, upset because he's overstimulated and he has a meltdown. Could you imagine what Katie'd have to deal with in that scenario? It's like having two kids for her. So, hey, Lori, good to see you, Lori. I've always thought CP was the most plausible to have hurt Sebastian, but the more I really watched KP, I started to think it might all be on her. Yeah, well, and another thing too, how did he get the bruise on his neck? If this is in fact, which I don't even know if this is the photo, but if this is really the photo of Sebastian the day before, so that would have put that at the February 24th. If that was in fact Sebastian at Costco, then there was a bruise on his neck that was visible that looked like somebody had grabbed his neck. Okay, so if Chris wasn't home, then who did that to him? Was it a cousin? Was it, because I know he was bullied by Melissa. I'm sorry, but you don't videotape you teasing your nephew. You just don't, unless you're like younger than them. And it's like a situation where, there's situations that happens, right? Or they're about the same age or whatever, because somebody has a baby when they're really, really young. Okay, I get that. But yeah, like why did he have those if Chris wasn't around? So I think that there may have been some of that going on. And then also, I think that Chris was in town, and I do think that it's a very strong possibility that he was. And I think that he was parking someplace else, that he wasn't, trying to show everybody that he was there, but he was there. And I think that he was coming home on the weekends. It just makes sense. Why would you stay and not go home and see your family when you're not around them the whole entire week? It's just bizarre, Sandy, the trolls are freaking out. You guys just, get those trolls. Whack a troll. You got it. You got to wrench whack them trolls. Y'all are so fast. I missed it. Good. I missed it too. I get mad. Like, if somebody says stuff, that's all I ask. Don't disparage Sebastian. You know what I mean? That's the biggest thing to me. And And also just don't go into like great detail about what you think might have happened. Like don't say chopped up and stuff, because that's awful. Cal Gal says, in my opinion, if CP was not directly involved, he would have thrown Katie under the bus way before now. Yeah, I believe so too. Especially because they were in a tumultuous relationship. They were kind of on the outs. And I think that if Katie did something and it was all on her, like say there was an accidental overdose, because I know that was another, heavily speculated theory, which it makes sense. I mean, it does. And then she told Chris, and then Chris helped her out, or, Mama Socks or somebody helped her out in the flashlight video. But I think he would have cracked by now, and I think he would have told. I really do. I really do. Yeah, and Kathy says, but remember, he played chess with adults. He did. And he and that's the thing about autism. It's a very unique thing. It's spectrum. So it's something that, you can be very high functioning on the spectrum. You can be very low, in the middle, anywhere in between, kind of a thing. Some things that are very simple, are something that has to be worked on, and with therapies and things like that. For us, it's easy for us to look somebody in the eye when we're talking to them. It's easy for someone to count money out and to understand all of that kind of stuff. What's very unique about someone with autism is a lot of times there'll be certain things that they are really, really good at, and it's things that people, normal people don't understand. Just for lack of a better way, another example other than chess, but like a Rubik's Cube. Like sometimes they can put that Rubik's Cube together and like it's together, and you're like, whoa, that was crazy, but they just see the world differently, right? It's not a reason to hate. It's not a reason to make fun of them. You should actually respect what they can do, because it's something that you can't. And now, Unnamed True Crime Channel says, now I may change my mind about Steve if I hear for myself him talking badly about Sebastian. Yeah, he has. Unfortunately, he has. And I don't understand why he's going that route, other than the fact that he's being paid and he's being told to do these things and say these things. Still not a good excuse, but that's the best I can come up with right now off the bat. Opinionated, good to see you. They all started victim blaming on the same day. Yeah, they did. And then they're also pushing this narrative about Seth and Katie and that sort of thing, which we're going to see that a little bit later in these clips. And to me, I just don't understand why that's relevant at this point. Again, how do I put this delicately? If Seth had a propensity for doing this type of activity, being a chester, he would have been found out by now, I'm sure. I'm sure of it. And then also SF alludes later on to the fact that there was some kind of other babysitters and stuff like that, but he doesn't ever show proof. So it's mudslinging at its finest, in my opinion. We don't like that side. We want to make them look as bad as we do, because let's be honest, Katie and Chris made themselves look really, really bad, really, really bad. And now they can't really do anything about it. They're stuck with what they've got, and now they have to disparage Seth. And that's how I feel like it's going. But let's go ahead and watch this next one. Oh, I'm on 6. There we go.
Keep in mind that there's cameras. So the project he's working on is a multi-billion-dollar project, right? So there's cameras there. There's cameras at his campground where, because he stays in a trailer while he's at work. There's cameras there, and there's YouTubers that are watching this right now that know there's cameras there because they've been caught on those cameras and they know it, snooping around. And the owners of the campground area that have those cameras have confirmed they turned that over to the FBI, I believe it was FBI or TBI. And some other things are that, his vehicle, Chris's vehicle is Wi-Fi enabled. It also has OnStar. Those are all things that and their phones. So, people that watched the Murdoch trial, which I didn't really follow that case, but I did watch the part when of the testimony about the Cellbrite analysis, and it's incredible what they can do with the Cellbrite with the Cellbrite analysis. And I've been lucky enough, or I've taken some courses through Cellbrite, and it's shocking, and you know, so immediately in Seth's too, they went and collected everybody's electronics, and they cloned those. And they ran Cellbrites on them, so they know exactly where the devices were. They know where the vehicles were. They see them on surveillance. You know, so if Chris had said that he was in Memphis at that job site, and they found out he wasn't, he'd be arrested by now. Because even if they said he had nothing to do with it, lying to the FBI, and the FBI did question about that. Lying to the FBI in itself is a crime. You don't have to be. So, yeah, so I'm 110% confident that he was there. And like you said, even it's Seth's own private investigators, both of them, because they weren't hired at the same time, but they both, I think, were on the record as saying that he was at work.
But okay, so just to be clear about it, has any law enforcement source told you that they have confirmed he was in Memphis the whole night?
It told me directly, no.
Okay,
no.
got it. I'm just trying to make sure that we know what stage each information came from, because at one point Chris did say, I believe it was during his during one of the custody hearings, he told a New Mexico court that he had been cleared, which was not true.
Well, yeah,
he did put in writing that he had been cleared by the authorities in Tennessee, and that was not a true statement.
He also said it in like 3 different interviews.
Yeah, and in like 3 different interviews, which is another reason that this has bugged me.
Yeah,
and I do agree with you that that's not a correct statement, because I've never worked a case where law enforcement is going to, they don't just hand out clear passes, you know, like they just don't do it, because it'll come back to bite them in the ass. But
they got to know somebody is 100% not responsible.
But they still have no reason to say, okay, here, it's like giving them a pass for some reason. So the only time I've only seen it happen one time in my career, and that was during the Kylie Rodney case, and that was because this minor was just getting absolutely dragged. And but in this case, it was probably just, you know, keep in mind that everybody's brand new to this, right? They don't know that, and to use that word, you know, Seth's mom even used that word about Chris and Katie. Said, "Hey, TBI said that they were clear." I think it's like TBI was saying, they're not persons of interest. Nobody's persons of interest, and I think that became clear. So yeah, it was not the right word to use if they got used, but so I agree with you, but yeah.
So I guess, you know, one of the other things I would want to go into just before we get to, I did want to take a few audience questions at least before the end of the show. But one thing I wanted to ask, you know, is because obviously you and I have a disconnect at some level leading us to believe what we believe. You definitely have access to a lot more of the raw material than I do. I'm more looking at, you know, and analyzing motives and things like that. Because that's, you know, that's usually what I'm ending up doing is I come into something that's been a cold case for 30 years and I go, all right, what could have been missed? You know, because obviously at the time, the investigators aren't going to know everything. And you might look back and go, well, how the hell did you miss this? And then you dig in and it's like, oh, there were several very good reasons that you missed this. So with this one thing I did was I was primarily going through and I was analyzing the statements made by Seth on his shows, made by Chris on his shows, Katie on the ones she went on. And what I would say eventually kind of broke things open for me, because I was looking for a motive. What I could not wrap my head around was I went through everything and I went, okay, it doesn't seem possible that Seth could have abducted Sebastian. I don't see any reason why he would. But what about Chris? What reason would there be for Chris or Katie to harm this child? I couldn't wrap my head around it. It was Nina Gomez who gave me something to look at. So I'm sure you're familiar with at least the gist of what she said. How familiar are you with the facts of that case, that custody case?
By the way, I just sent you that.
Kathy, thank you so much for saying that. So Kathy says Asperger's is high functioning And it is. It's they used to be called Aspies, but they're not anymore. They've changed it over, but it is very like the highest functioning autism. And she says that her grandson has is way smarter than the older brothers and sees a credit card number and remembers the number. So that's a really good example of how, you know, because I couldn't do that. I'd have to write it down. There's no way I couldn't even probably tell you my whole credit card number, you know, off the top of my head. So that's fantastic. It's amazing. And Trishy says, I think he has ASD impacted him in areas. I think CP and KP downplayed his capabilities and gave younger picks to help the runaway without shoes narrative be more believable. I do too. I think that they misrepresented Sebastian in many, many different ways, Trishy. I really do. I feel like they gave awkward pictures and things like that. One thing that reminds me of, let me see if I have it on here on my phone. Sometimes they transfer over, but sometimes they don't. But I was looking at the Texas Roadhouse menu, and I know they were saying that that was a Red Robin, but it wasn't. The picture that Katie originally gave to show Sebastian to the TBI, the one that a lot of us saw, it had the TBI logo on it and everything. We thought that that was from the Texas Roadhouse that night. And it turns out that that was a different picture from the Texas Roadhouse, but it wasn't that night because obviously we know that Sebastian was in fact wearing a Grogu t-shirt, which is Baby Yoda, and all of that sort of thing. I'll have to make a quick short on it later. But I researched the menu, and you can just see the very corner of the menu and all the way down the side. They have like cow spots on the menu and like little red like confetti looking things. But it's definitely a picture from the Roadhouse. So they were passing that picture off, and I got a lot of hate on that video that I posted about it. But I remember them alluding to the fact that that was the Texas Roadhouse night, and then we see him in a totally different outfit and everything. And yeah, I believe that they've done that several times. So I'll make a quick video on that and post it tonight. The Texas Roadhouse menu. And oddly enough, too, in the photograph, he's eating, it looks like his plate has salmon and a bowl of macaroni and cheese, and that was what was said to be eaten that night. And so, yeah, I'll get that out to you guys tonight after the live, because I was like, oh, good, it's not the Red Robin, because I was looking at the Red Robin, what it looks like, the one that's in Hendersonville versus what the Texas Roadhouse looks like. It's got the paneling on the booths and things like that. It's rustic, right? Because it's Texas Roadhouse. But yeah, that's just my opinion on that. And I will make a video and show you. Yeah, Cajun Juju smear campaign is right. A Name True Crime channel says, I think LE should be all over that flashlight video because it's definitely flashlights or cell phone flashlight. That's huge. I agree. A Name True Crime channel. Yes. And then also in the photographs that I'll show a little bit later too. Again, it definitely looks like someone's being carried out as what Bobby the neighbor said. I mean, she said that that's what the video was showing, and I do believe that to be true. It's good to see you guys. I wanted to say hi to Janice, Janet, Holly S, and then Lori. I wanted to say sorry about your experience. I understand that all too well. And it's true. Sometimes when people have too much to drink, or if they're regular drinkers, they can get out of hand. It depends on what kind of mood they're in. Sometimes the minute that they start drinking, they start getting really shitty with other people, for lack of a better way to say it. They're just not nice to be around. And so that is a possibility that maybe she wasn't violent before, but she was after drinking a whole lot or something like that. So definitely something to think about. Absolutely. And Julie says, I've heard allegedly Katie had a boyfriend in high school. Can't remember what I heard. I don't know. I don't know. See, and I don't know. I know that Yada said that she had a boyfriend when, or before Seth, before her and Seth got together. So that would lead me to believe that she wasn't seeing Seth and they weren't having um, children together at that point in time. I don't think that her grandpa Don would have given permission to Seth to marry Katie if there was some of that going on. I think that that is just a very old-fashioned way of doing things. You don't hear about that a lot anymore. And when it does go down like that, like that's the real deal. That's somebody being respectful of your elders, of someone who was helping to raise you, and they're asking for your for permission from them. And so if there were any reasons why they didn't want, I would think if they knew that, or if this was true, the answer would have been hell no. As much as they cared about Katie, according to Yada, and as much as, they wanted the best for her. And so, yeah, he'd be a fool to ask if that was the case. But I know I would love to see him on camera, Heather. I would like to see any receipts. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, thank you, Trishy. Yeah, so oh, that's a great idea, couponing. Yeah, to write it down, write the dream down. Yeah. Um, that would be haunting to me if I had that same dream over and over and over again. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, people rarely get arrested for lying. Exactly. And they're not going to spoil the case by just like arresting them for something like that, in my opinion. If they're bigger, if there's some bigger fish to fry, they're going to pick their battles a little bit more wisely, in my opinion. Um, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, SF says that there are, and he also takes a dig at YouTubers in this one, but he says there's cameras all over the campgrounds where Chris was staying. And so I don't think that's the truth. I mean, I think some areas have cameras, but if you've ever stayed at some of these campgrounds, even the really nice ones, they don't have cameras everywhere. They just don't. I mean, even where I live, there's like a camera at the pool and there's like cameras in the workout areas and things like that, but there's not cameras everywhere in the park. He's lying his ass off. And he says because a bunch of the YouTubers got caught on camera snooping, well, big deal. Maybe we wouldn't have to snoop if people were doing their, if the real people who were supposed to snoop professionally were snooping a little bit better. That's my opinion. Now he goes into saying, SF does, that they cloned the electronics of the parents and that they ran them through Cellbrite, which obviously is, and I don't know that that's the particular software they used or anything like that. I don't know what Sumner County uses or if the TBI or FBI did this. I would imagine it would have been them. We did talk about on Jennifer Coffendoffer when the Secret Service was involved. I think that's who was doing the geofencing. That's my opinion from what she said. That's kind of more of an educated guess, though, because of what she said. And she used to be the FBI. She's a former FBI agent. And so, there's that. And then CP said he was cleared to New Mexico, right? So he says, "Oh, I've been cleared by law enforcement and all of this stuff." Well, he wasn't, and even SF agrees that that was a poor choice of words, but he lied to the courts at the end of the day, and I think that's why he was more of backing off of that question, which was smart on his part, in my opinion, because he was in the hot seat. But it also goes to show that Chris lied to, his own investigator pretty much said, yeah, he lied and he shouldn't have said that, but he did, basically. And he goes on to say that the police don't clear people. Yes, they do. we've seen it in many, 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 many cases where they cleared the parents. They know. I'm look at Brandy Neal and Michael Monkey Vaughn's case, right? She's cleared because she didn't have anything to do with it. He brings up Kylie Rodney and how her boyfriend was being very heavily scrutinized, or I believe it was the most recent boyfriend, about his whereabouts, and he was being heavily scrutinized by the public, but that's not the reason. I don't think that they came out with that. I think that they were legitimately, everybody knew that she was most likely in the lake. I followed that case as well. So and then also Aiden goes into analyzing the statements, and that's what I've always done in this case. Is I've taken and I've analyzed the statements that were given by Chris and Katie Proudfoot. I've analyzed Seth's statements. I've analyzed the law enforcement statements just to find out if we could piece things together, find contradictions, doing comparisons from interview to interview. So that's what I've done as well. And I think that Aiden did a really good job on his. So Mary says, oh God, it made me feel sick when he brought up that about Seth and Katie. Julie, I can't listen to all of it. Yeah, it's just silly. Like if Katie was to come out and say, this is what happened to me, it'd be a lot more powerful than SF just bumbling and stumbling through it. Also, if he is going to do that, he needs to produce some receipts. He can't just go off and say all of these things about Seth, and it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. If you have no proof, then you should never talk about it. It's not right. Trishy says, how does SF know exactly the testing that LE has conducted, etc., if he's not in contact with them, period? He stated this. Very good question. Very good point. Absolutely. I mean, how is he going to say that when he's not part of the law enforcement? Well, he even said so himself, that he's not part of it. He doesn't get any details from them. He doesn't give them any information. And so they're not working together at all on it. So I completely agree. And also with, I think the reason that he said something like that is to make us all think that he's very knowledgeable in this arena. So, oh, this is my wheelhouse. I know I've taken all these classes and I know what they are going to use and everything like that. Not everybody's going to use the same software. It's, government funded and things like that. So, it's funded by taxpayer dollars. So, Elizabeth says, you can't lie to the FBI, so you can't hide from the FBI. Also, call in the FBI, Sumner County Sheriff's Office. Yes, they need to, and that's what sucks about these other entities, or these other law enforcement entities, is they do have to be invited. They're kind of like vampires. If they're not invited, then they can't help. It needs to be turned over. Absolutely. Especially after we see this horrible flashlight picture that looks like somebody's being carried away, just like Bobby said. I mean, it's and he tried to disparage her too, and blame it on her children and things like that too. So he's done a lot of that. And Trishy says, how long has SF been working in this field since he quit taking pictures in Hollywood? I don't think very long. He said he started in aviation, and he's dabbled in a few different things. He's more search and rescue. So I don't know if he just saw like money signs and he thought, I could charge a whole bunch if I, tell somebody I'm a private investigator. Yeah, he hasn't done his research, that's for sure. He is a big liar, Mary. I agree. Hey, mom of three boys. Good to see you. She says, good evening. Hope everyone is having a great night. My heart is hurting after I seen that picture today. I know a lot of people had that same reaction and felt the same way. I was so shocked when I saw it. I was like, oh my gosh, this is what I should have been seeing before. And then I just figured, let me see if I can't kind of enhance it some more. I actually, Lil Red, she's on vacation, but she also sent me some of what she did to the picture, some manipulations and enhancements that she did to the picture. So it's just basically, and we were thinking kind of in the same mindset that I was basing it on the colors that I was seeing and what was changing and what was not. So what's staying constant in the picture and what's changing in the picture, and that the face never changed. The same thing with whatever was either someone's arm over the shoulder, but I actually think it was more so someone's face behind, as in she's holding him or something. She's walking with him with her hand on the shoulder. Um, yeah, it's just a very scary thought, because where was he being carried off to, and who took him away? Obviously, only one flashlight went back to the residence. So, um, watch them trolls, Sandy says. You guys, whack a troll if you got to whack a troll. Oh, yes, thank you. Yes, I did. Thank you, Scranton Strangler. I did put him there. I did. I will. I'll show him again. we're gonna show him again. I canceled my StreamYard, so that's why I'm a little bit not as great as I usually am with it, because I'm thinking I might try a different streaming service, but just because I'm so used to this one, there's some features you can just do it for free. You just can't do as many hours and things like that. So that's why I was doing it this way tonight. But yeah, I posted them a couple times, because when Gracie sent it to me, we were kind of like going back and forth with it, and we were, talking about it. What do you think this is? And what do you think this is? And, we're just messing around. I was doing some research last night, and I've been researching. I have a really awesome video coming out for Crystal McCrory Jones. And so that's going to be dropping too. I just have to work on it, and I'm doing a deep dive into things. So it's just taking a little bit longer to compile all of the information that I found. It is shocking. And yeah, we're going to try to get justice there. So Scranton says, I can clearly see what she sees. I think I even see Sebastian's bare feet at the end of his pants with the white stripe on the side in the picture. Oh my goodness, Scranton. I know. And the thing is I thought it was a blanket because of the way. Here, you know what? I can go ahead and show it. Let me make sure I don't lose my place here on this 7. All right, let's see. There we go. So if we're looking at it, let me go ahead and take off. There we go. So if we're looking at it, the white part that's kind of obstructing the view, it kind of looks like it might be a truck or something like that. It definitely has like the appearance of maybe a cab and then going down into the truck bed. And then if you look, you can see a male figure with dark hair. I can almost make out his beard. And then you have Sebastian, in my opinion, who is either wrapped in a blanket or something. Now, I could see what you guys are saying too, where there's some feet hanging down. The reason why I was saying like the skin tones were staying the same color is the white shirt was staying the same color, where I have the one pointer on the left and the pointer at Chris's face. Those were all staying the same color as well, when I was manipulating the photo or enhancing it. And so that was my original take on it after I did the enhancements. But then I also sent it over to Star, and she's not feeling well tonight, guys. So just send up prayers for Star. I think that's why she didn't make it in tonight. But basically, she sent me over the one that's coming in next and outlined it in a thinner kind of an outline. So you can see it a little bit better than like the thicker outline that I was shown originally from Minnie. And so I'm just waiting for it to kind of pass over to that one. But it's so strange because here we go. We see this one. Oh, Trishy, I'm so glad you were. Aw. Oh, I do have a Cash App. Hold on. I'll put my banner up. But you can see in this one where it looks like there's two faces now, one behind Chris, and then of course the black blanket. So there we go, guys. I'm sorry about that. But thank you for being a member for a month, Trishy. I really appreciate you. So yes, I mean that is. Oh, thank you, Unnamed True Crime Channel, for gifting 5 memberships. Make sure you say thank you. Oh, hey, Dreaming. Yeah, make sure you say thank you to Unnamed True Crime Channel if you get a membership. Good to see you, Joyce. Oh, that's awesome. Hey, Cecilia. Good to see you, sweetheart. So that's that, guys. Those are the 3. Originally, I think. No, go ahead and share that, Trishy. Go ahead and share that. Absolutely. I think everybody needs to see it because. Oh, hey, Jude. Hey, Jude's a member. Hey, Jude. And so, yeah, basically, there's several different ways to look at it. Other people did say they saw the stripes. People said that, now I've heard that they see a foot in there, and I can almost see that too. I was more so paying attention to the faces and, the shoulder part. And Unnamed True Crime Channel says, I just put that photo on X-ray mode on my PixArt, and oh wow. What did you see in there? Oh, hey Jude, I'm sorry. You know what, girl? I was gonna call you today, and I did not. Before I knew it, I was like, "Oh my gosh, I gotta go live." So I hope you feel better. I think it's just the season now that it got so cold, and then all the snow and everything. So I hope you feel better. And I would love to see that Unnamed True Crime Channel, but let us know what you see. Let us know what you see. And Lori says, thank you very much for the membership. Oh, cool, Lori. Well, congratulations. Good, guys. You're sick too, Cecilia? Oh, no. She's our tiny little lot lizard. We can't let her be sick. Oh, no. What was I telling Star earlier? I said, Star, you got to get some Nosy Sleuth. I told her she's got to get some vitamin C drops because I like getting those when I'm sick. Well, I do cough drops too because sometimes, like, if I talk a lot too, a bad cold. I'm so sorry. Oh, but yeah, those help too because they're vitamin C. I also like the emergency drinks too. Those are really good. I'm gonna go ahead and play this next clip for us, guys.
So, I'm familiar enough with it that I need to see if I felt that it had any bearing in this case, and I do know about it. I know you think it's relevant, and I'm not telling you that you shouldn't think that way. I don't believe it's relevant. I believe that that's the way to say this. I don't see enough credibility in either story to use them, I guess, because listen, I understand that there can be some questions about Chris' behavior and that. I have a lot of questions about Nina's too, and I think we both know that there's listen, it's an ugly custody dispute, right? She did, I will say, it's gonna sound like I'm defending Chris, but she did weaponize it right off the bat with Seth, which is really strange that these calls got leaked to Nina, and all of a sudden some of these reports got leaked to her attorney and were tried to use in that custody battle. So I just think there was some dirty pool going on, but I don't think, I thought about it a lot, and I still think about it. And I thought about it more after watching your documentary. I just don't think it plays in. I think it's something that looks like maybe there's a there, but there's not. It can be ruled out. No, I'm not ruling it. Like, everything's on the table right now. I'm not everything, you know. I don't know where this kid is, and I don't know what happened, and I'm open to anything. I'm not closing mine up. I just think it should be done in a fair way.
Sure.
In other words, and I'm not talking about you. I'm talking now. It's like kind of like what's going on YouTube, and it's like, why are we? We don't have to convict anybody first. Like, let's find him. Let's put all this effort towards finding him, and then, like, if he tells us the story that something bad happened to him, listen, that'll be the next thing, then the next part of the investigation. But maybe he got overstimulated. Maybe he left for whatever reason. Listen, we have learned that he had left the house because they had no idea about. That was something new. They didn't think he was doing things like that, but we found out that that did happen at least a couple times, and so it kind of.
Can you elaborate on that?
Well, yeah, I will. So when I told you about the guy that was taking the trash down, we in the dispatch audio, there's a call that goes out there basically saying somebody a couple houses up said that they had found him hiding under a car, under I think they said the son's car at the time. And again, this is an example of how things like language gets used and it's not exactly right. But so when we were running those tests, they didn't know the prophets didn't know anything about that. That was new to them. And it was never confirmed, and they couldn't figure out what that was. Well, we talked to this neighbor, and he said, that actually what happened was my son's girlfriend came out to go to her car, and she was startled by Sebastian. He was under her car, and he came out and ran off. And he went over so then it startled the female, and the father, it'd be her boyfriend's father, walked over and knocked on the door, and but it was like 4 something in the afternoon, and Katie wasn't home yet. So Sebastian had gone back in the house and closed the door, and he didn't answer it. So it just kind of went on. It didn't happen again. So it kind of went unreported. And so that was news to us because they didn't know that he was leaving, that he had left the house like that or was exploring whatever he was doing. We don't know exactly what he was doing. So, but that then got us thinking, okay, well, so maybe there is a possibility that, I don't, that there's things we don't know about. And
did you ever come up with any explanation for why he was hiding under a car?
No, it wasn't anything. I mean, from the way they described it, they didn't think it was anything like he was creeping or anything like that because they didn't call police. It was just kind of like he was hiding. I've heard Seth describe that he would hide under the bed. And listen, so I'm certified in autistic search and rescue. So, and I know your brother is on the spectrum too. And so it's a very wide spectrum, right? So
for sure. I will say everything that Sebastian was described as, a lot of that did line up. It was very, very similar in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Okay, so I heard Aiden say this before that Sebastian does remind him a lot of his brother, in many different ways. I thought it was weird that SF says that he's certified in autistic search and rescue. I don't know that I've ever heard of that before, and I don't know if I believe that. But let me know if you guys know about something like that too, because I really don't. Good to see you, Poppy Love. I wanted to say hi to you too. So basically it starts out with Seth bashing, Nina, and I understand that there are some questionable behaviors from Nina. I do understand that. We've gone over a lot of the DV portions of things like that in previous lives, and I do believe what she's saying. I don't think that it was a dirty move for them to kind of collaborate. Also, it wasn't up to Seth that Nina tell her story on Trevor Lee. And I think that it was very brave of her to get up there and to share that information, right? It wasn't easy for her. You can tell just by her body language that it was very painful for her. And then we know that there's been this long custody battle. I'm not going to even call it a dispute because disputes are settled. Battles go on and on and on and on. And this has gone on and on and on. And I don't feel like she was necessarily weaponizing it. I think that she was concerned for Sebastian. I think that it was a valid concern. And I think that she became very concerned about her own daughter. And so sometimes desperate times call for desperate measures. And maybe that's why she thought, well, I'm going to go ahead and tell my story. What do I have to lose? I don't want my daughter going over to Chris's and Katie's anymore. I don't know what's going on over there. They're missing a child. They're missing my daughter's brother, excuse me. I almost said son, stepson. Or stepbrother, excuse me. But either way, when it's a situation like that, I just don't understand why somebody would be okay with sending, because I certainly wouldn't want to send my daughter somewhere where a missing child is, or where a missing child was, rather. If that's going on in the household, I think that that's a good indicator of maybe something needs to change over there, or they need more resources, things like that. But I certainly wouldn't want to send my son or daughter, I have a daughter, over to the house knowing that this was going on. I myself would probably reach out to the other parent, especially if it was in this situation, like how we see Seth trying and that they weren't trying. Seth was doing vigils, they weren't. And honestly, even though she was wife number 4, Nina knows Chris better than most people do. She lived with him, she married him, she has a baby with him. And so she knows him pretty well. And so I understand why they would work together. I don't think it was malicious. I think it was more out of concern and protecting Faith. And that's my opinion. And then he starts going, as SF starts going into, again, don't convict until Sebastian's found. I'm here to tell you, I've done research on this. We do not need to have a body in Tennessee to convict. There is actually an 80% conviction rate without a body in Tennessee. And so I don't know what they're waiting for, especially if they have access to this photo. I'm assuming they do, since they're law enforcement, unless one of the neighbors decided to leak this photo out. I'm not actually 100% sure of the origins of this photo. I do believe it is part of the flashlight video. But yeah, no, I don't see that. And then he talks about running tests, and that he was search and rescue certified for finding autistic children, which I would like to do a little bit more research into that and figure out what was going on there. Trishy says SF saying that his focus is on Sebastian and not pointing fingers is so rich, coming from the worst slandering character and annihilator extraordinaire. Yes, Trishy, I agree 100% there. It's very rich coming from him. And also just the fact that he doesn't show any kind of proof. He just says all of this stuff without having any proof. Janet says CP did not want Sebastian around Faith. The lights tell us all. I agree, Janet. Didn't want him around Faith. Joyce says I called bullshit on that. Didn't want him around Faith, and didn't like him, in my opinion. Seth even said that Sebastian came to his house and said, Mom and Mr. Chris don't like me. I just can't imagine how horrible he would have felt knowing that. Again, going back to him dipping behind the walls, him listening in on conversations, him watching from afar to see what's going on. Maybe he didn't want to go into a room before he knew what kind of a room he was walking into. Let's be honest, when you're walking on eggshells all the time and you're living with somebody who is someone who mistreats others just like Chris does. He's an ABUSEER. That's what he does. Maybe that's why he wanted to gauge the situation before he'd walk into a room. Maybe he was listening to see what they were saying about him before he walked in there. You never know. Either way, he found out that they didn't like him, whether they said it to him to his face or they said it behind his back and he was listening. And Margaret says, I have a feeling Sebastian may have went and hid from Chris. I think so too. I think he did too. I think he had a million reasons not to want to be around him. I really do. Janet says money is the root of all evil. Yeah, the love of money is. I agree with that, Janet. I do. Greed is one of the 7 deadly sins, and I believe that it is definitely something when people get greedy and money hungry. It does turn people evil, unfortunately. And then also when you're paid to say something, some people would sell their soul for $1,500, $15,000, $66,000 for a month. They would do that, unfortunately. So, and I don't think he was, Janet, allowed to be around Sebastian. I think that he was told that it was either they're going to take Sebastian from the home or he needed to leave. And I think that was because there was so much going on and like so many so many CPS reports that Chris always seemed to be the subject of and the instigator of. And Just Dawn said, good to see you, Just Dawn. She says, I had to re-listen to that part because I never heard of autistic search and rescue either. Yeah, I don't know what that is. I don't know if that's just him tooting his own horn or, hey, Donna, or what it is. I don't know what that was. That was very strange, and I've just never heard of that. Maybe they do have people who specialize in that, but I think that they all need to know about people who have special needs or different abilities than others. They should be aware of that. Those are people that live in their community, and as a police officer or court judges, people like that, they need to understand the people, everybody in the community, not just one type of a person, atypical, if people. They need to understand. They can't just go around, not understanding them because their mannerisms have a lot to do with them being found, and that's anybody. That's a kid. That's an adult. Anybody. What do they usually like to do? What do they like to go? Have they ever done this before? Have they threatened to leave? Things like that. Trishy says, yes, I agree, Lady Freedom. Nina's motive was pure and out of concern and horror. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Hey, SF, the woman was scared and worried for Sebastian and her own daughter. Absolutely. Absolutely. And just because she said the truth as she knows it, or from her perspective, dealing with Chris, doesn't mean that he should bash her for that just because his clients are paying him. Nina didn't have anything to do with it, right? She's not the one that took Sebastian or hurt him or anything like that, so. Janet says, Sebastian, we don't know you personally, but the world is praying for you. Sebastian will be found. We have faith. I do. I think he's going to be found as well. Yes, Unnamed True Crime Channel. That was so sweet of you. Yes, Janet. And Just Dawn says, no crime doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of different things that they can bring up in the courts. My biggest fear is the fact that they do have money and other sources. I know that Chris says that they're not rich and everything, but they both have good paying jobs. If they were to both be put in prison waiting for trial, they would have people and family members that would be able to help them while they're in there. So with that being said, I'd be worried about them getting a good defense attorney. So I do want them to have a really good case built, against them before they bring the charges, because I think that they're going to get, another person like SF that will, that doesn't mind making money off of a situation like this. So, and Hey Jude says, I'm so glad you're back. Oh, thank you, Hey Jude. Oh, I miss you too. Yes, Mr. Take on Sebastian's case. Aw, thank you. Charlie says, "Oh wow, I wish you had captions." Oh, I could do captions. I think I have to figure that out. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Mary Rogers, you're so cute. Thank you. And Trishy says, if you haven't taken a look at the Twitter posts on X, it's completely different style of SF. Oh, I haven't taken a look. I haven't been on X. I really haven't. I was doing some Facebook research. um Janet says all children are a blessing from God. Hug them. Yes, love them. God is love. Hugs to you all. Oh, thank you, Janet. That's right. We do need to hug. Who says? Vinny Politan says that. He says, don't forget to hug the kids. It's important. It's important. The kids need to know that they're loved and that they're cared for. Because, there are kids that do run away or they're lured out because they don't think that they're being cared for and things like that. Which is interesting that you say that too, Janet, because later on in this interview, I have a few more clips to show you guys. SF does confirm that Sebastian, the only reason that he might be lured, according to Katie, would be if somebody said that they wanted to be his friend. Now, whether she's saying that so it takes the eyes and heat off of her and Chris, possibly. They've said that in the beginning, though, that Sebastian didn't have any friends. I can think of also if somebody maybe had a cat, he loved cats. And so maybe if somebody had a cat and they're like, hey, my cat needs some help, Sebastian, being a sweet person like he is, like he seems to be, might go help look for the cat or might want to go pet the cat or something like that. So just something to consider, Yeah. It's just one of those things. I just really think that some people have a price that they're willing to meet, and if they're paid enough, they'll say anything, unfortunately. And defense attorneys are like that because that's what their job is to defend their client. And so to the best of their ability, they actually have to do that, which, don't get me started on lawyers, but sometimes they don't do what they're supposed to be doing, right? But in the same way, I mean, they're being paid to lie and defend. Couponing says, I find it quite quinky dinky that CPS Family Construction Company was at the retention pond site, and how CP mentioned the depth of the mud at the retention was knee deep. Yeah, I find that really curious too. And another thing that I find to be really curious is that there was some talk about how some of the ponds were frozen over and things like that. And so there was no way that Sebastian could have been in there. I don't know if that's true or not. I did not hear that from law enforcement, but I mean, it's something to think about. And I do find it really coincidental that, Chris's family is in construction. Also, with his mom being a realtor, lots of access to construction sites, lots of access to empty homes, homes where people might not be moving in for a while. And which ones you're going to sell and which ones that are going to be sitting on the market. As a realtor, you just know. Joe says, I think it's just him trying to make himself sound more important. Yes, SF. I agree too. There's definitely an element of that, of him, tooting his own horn and being like, yes, I'm just great. Joyce says, I don't think they have souls. Oh my goodness. You might be right on that. This might not be the first time. He might have done Soul to Soul down the road a long time ago. You never know. I agree. Set Yourself Free says CP bragged about how he and his entire family belonged to the Freedom Church, and the church did absolutely nothing for Sebastian when he disappeared. Absolutely. I agree. Yeah, he told Smiley Stories World that he does Gallatin Freedom Church in Gallatin, and that they have a wonderful youth program, and then no one ever mentioned Sebastian whenever he went missing. I agree with that, and I think that was very sad. I don't understand why they wouldn't. Thank you, Set Yourself Free. And she says CP's family would not be involved in the case if CP was not involved. I agree. You can't find a single picture on any of the social media sites for the grandparents. You cannot find it. You won't find any pictures of Sebastian, which is very sad. Oh, thank you, Unnamed True Crime Channel. Great. I will look at them. I will take a look. And Janet says, what is a house without a mother? Yeah, parents are so important to love their children. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's just something that even when I think that it solidifies that a lot whenever they get older, and you realize that, because there'll be little things that they'll call for, and you'll think, oh, they do still need me for things, or they do still think about calling me for advice or things like that. A mother is super important in a child's life, and so is a father, and a good step family. If it is a situation where you're divorced and things like that, it's so important to find someone who really genuinely loves your kids. We can see that in this case. We see that in a lot of cases, because honestly, people get divorced. And so, but it's so important to be selective when you have kids, and make sure that that family dynamic is going to be a good one. If it's not, then, you might as well just move on down the road, because it's, your kids are who is important. I agree, Janet. I do. Good night, Kathy. Sweet dreams. Thank you for being here. Oh, okay. Yes. All right, G of Twins, good to see you always. Thank you. Hey, Red Eye LAX to Boston, good to see you. And Set Yourself Free says KP was pictured holding CP's daughter in Freedom Church over the summer. Yes, I did see that. And I don't know why she was holding her like a baby. Like, that was really weird. Like, she was kind of like holding her like that. I don't know. That would have upset me if I was Nina. I don't know. I wouldn't have liked to see that. Let's go ahead and watch the next clip. We are on this one.
But that's common that and Sebastian likes the hoodies and stuff, because he always likes having things wrapped around him and stuff. So being in those confined spaces, that's not unusual. But outside of the house was something new to us, right? And we had not known that. We've gone all these months, and like that had not been shared. We had heard it on the scanner audio, but then again, it's like there's a lot of things that you're hearing all these rumors online about this and that, and so that we were able to confirm that, and then they kind of opened us up to maybe he did go outside. Maybe he went. When I first came on board, I asked Katie. I said, "What is something that somebody could offer to Sebastian to lure him out of the house? Like, what could it be?" Because leaving the house after midnight in a very dark neighborhood is just kind of it seems, I don't know, it's almost scary, right? And I said, what could somebody say to him to lure him out? And she said, or offer him, and she said friendship. He was that desperate to make friends, and he was having a super hard time at school because groups were not accepting of him, and because he went about things a little different way, right, in a unique way, and but they weren't accepting of him, and he was desperate for friends. And so who knows, like maybe he was out. That's why we had the question about, I know people are saying that I'm accusing neighbors of killing him because they had flashlights. I wanted to ask questions of these people because there's some kids with there's kid with flashlights, and Sebastian had a flashlight, and it's like and all of a sudden during this interview, this mother's talking about them playing flashlight tag, and I wonder, could Sebastian have overheard at school because the girlfriend went to the school? They were playing flashlight tag or something and tried to join in, because I know of an instance not long before he went missing at school where he went and tried to join in a game of, I don't know, catch or something, and they wouldn't accept him, but he would try. He would actually try to make friends. And so it makes me wonder, like, was he at that point where he was just like, I'm going to go try and join in? And could he have done directionally challenged and gone the wrong way? Or could he have fallen down some weird crevice? Could he have gone through a backyard? It hasn't been searched yet for some reason because somebody wouldn't let him on it. But who knows what it could be, you know?
Yeah. And I will admit, you know, kids have done brutal things to each other for, you know, no reason whatsoever. We covered a story last year of, might have actually been 2 years ago, good God, of a couple of young teenage girls who tried to murder their friend because they wanted to go live with Slender Man. So, like,
I know that's just unbelievable.
Kids can be unbelievably cruel for no reason.
And to be clear, like, I don't think these kids, I mean, there was nothing nefarious, but when I brought it up, you know, a couple of weeks ago, whenever it was, and it's gotten turned into something, wasn't, my question was, because the mother wouldn't talk to me, was, I just want to know, like, was there possibly a game going on that Sebastian could have overheard it was going on and been going to try and join in and maybe gone the wrong way or something? It would give us an idea then of, like, so.
Okay. So, I guess it's kind of hard to keep everything in one track at this point, but I did want to, there were a couple more things that I just wanted to clarify really quickly, because I think that they could end up being relevant. Obviously, you know, as you know, Sebastian hiding under a car in the neighborhood, you know, these potential times that he had maybe sort of run away a little bit, but then come home. You know, have you considered the possibility that it had to do with Seth's method of, you know, correcting Sebastian's behavior, to put it one way? Because we have, sorry, not Seth, Chris. I keep mixing the two of them up. But, you know, I guess, you know, the question here would be, you know, do you know, are you, I'm trying to think of the way to put this, because it's something that I struggled with, something that rang alarm bells for me, was that in one interview with, I believe it was Nancy Grace, but I could be getting this wrong. One of the interviews, Chris said that he had hit Sebastian with a belt once, and that CPS had been called once. Then in an interview with Smiley Stories World, I think 5 days prior, he had actually referenced you can tell based on the context of what he's saying, and you probably saw this in our series. Yeah. He told Smiley Stories World a different story about a different time that this had happened. So that would, you know, suggest that there were multiple times that Chris was doing something that caused Sebastian to go and report it, and then CPS got called to the house at least twice. It bugged me that Chris lied about that. That Chris said it was only once in the one interview, but he clearly was describing a different instance in the other interview. And then, of course, in the New Mexico court records, we have that he was ordered to take, I'm going to get the exact terminology, 12 hours of high conflict behavioral skill training and 24 hours of parenting skills courses. And this was with regards to his daughter, Faith. So, I mean, that was one thing that rang alarm bells for me, is it seems like there is a pattern, and at this point, a pattern that a court has recognized of Chris maybe not handling high conflict parenting situations well. Do you think that could have played into anything?
I do. I think that CP didn't know how to handle any, like, even low conflict, low conflict situations well. I just feel like he flies off the handle. He rages. There's just no real rhyme or reason to it. Somebody can say something and he'll say, "Why are you insinuating this?" You know, and maybe they're not. So it's very off-putting. And I think that just the fact that he hit Sebastian and admitted that he hit Sebastian with a belt, and then tried to lie about it in multiple occasions. I don't believe a word he says. I believe that that was a regular punishment method. He also told Terry Lynn that he does punish with the belt, and that he also punishes Faith by slapping her or hitting her with an open hand. Just awful, 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 awful to think about. I can't think of anything that would warrant that either way. Now, like I was saying before, with this, tell him, if they were telling Sebastian that they were going to be his friend, that they offered him friendship, then he would be more apt to go with that person or trust that person, because he desperately wanted friends. And so I don't think that, like Just Dawn says, that he was out playing flashlight tag. Now, what SF is trying to say here is that Bobby's sons, the neighbor, she has sons that were out in the neighborhood playing flashlight tag, and that they could have, either there could have been something that happened there, or they could have hurt Sebastian in some way. Maybe they were just being cruel and mean. I don't think all children are cruel and mean. I think it's a certain way that they're being raised. Maybe they're being bullied at home. Maybe they're seeing DV in the home. And because I just don't think that children are inherently born bad or evil or with malicious intent. I think that that is a learned behavior. And I think that it is sometimes even acting out and treating others the way that you're being treated, because kids don't know the difference, right? So I disagree with what was being said in the video, because I agree. I think that it's more how they're being raised, how they're seeing the world, and how they're projecting that onto other people, rather than a kid that's just a bad seed, or that's just a bad kid. I think that something happens, and that's what creates kind of a bully mentality. It's a defense mechanism. They're trying to cope with some kind of a trauma. That's just my take on things. They brought up the Slender Man case, which was about 3 little girls that had a sleepover. 2 of the little girls were plotting against their friend. They brought her into the woods, and they were watching Creepypasta, which does like little horror, videos and things like that, or it's a website. But either way, it's like horror stories, and Slender Man was one of the characters. They were offering their friend up to this Slender Man character and as a sacrifice, and they really truly believed in it. They kind of conjured this thing up together. They were caught very soon after this. The little girl actually did survive the attack. So very much, there's a lot of differences. Hey, Faye, good to see you. There's a lot of differences in this situation, I think. And again, even with the JonBenet Ramsey case, I really am hesitant to make too many comparisons with that case, because they were like way higher class than Chris and Katie, way more well connected. I mean, Chris and Katie are well connected, but they also have little pieces that are better connected, like their folks. On talking about the flying monkey socks in that way. But I think if there were children that had done this, I think that the FBI would have caught the children who did this. Okay, so that's my opinion, but Bobby's kids were trying to help find Sebastian that morning. They didn't unalive him, in my opinion. There may be something that comes up later that says differently. I just feel like it's a way for, as I think someone said it earlier, deflect. Let me see if I can find it. I think it was maybe Mary. Yeah, Janet, I agree. Jocelyn, thank you. Hey, Faye. Let's see. Not crystal clear. Definitely not. Yeah, that is cruel for him to throw all the toys out. But it's deflection. It's deflection. And it's basically, oh, don't look over here. It wasn't them. It wasn't my clients. It was those kids, the kids did it. And I don't think so. That movie still comes on, does it, Margaret? I haven't seen it in a long time. But I do. I think that the kids didn't have much to do with it other than that they were curious, trying to help. I don't believe that. I believe it was more or less SF just trying to throw anybody under the bus other than, CP and KP. That's his clients. Sandy, good to see you. Or Sandy, I hope you get some rest, and I love you too. Thank you for being here as always. I really appreciate you. What did an unnamed true crime channel did send me that email, and it looks really good. I'm gonna post it. I'll post it later on, because I can't. I have to upload them before I do it, and it's really bad with the glare if I just show you my other phone. He got rid of Sebastian's pets. That was brutal, G of Twins. I agree. Yeah, what about the cats, the snakes? Yep. Yeah, I agree. Yes. Yes, children are born innate. Thank you, Unnamed True Crime Channel. I believe that too. I think it's just them projecting the bad things that they are seeing at home. And then also, if Sebastian's being mistreated at school, mistreated at home, I can't discount that. I just feel like he had a lot of support at school, and it seemed like he really enjoyed school. And so I don't see, um, I mean, we were all kids once we all went to school. We understand how it is. You're going to have really great days at school. You're going to have really bad days at school. Something little could happen, and, it's like, oh my God, everybody knows about it. And, it's just one of those things where it can create anxiety and worry and things like that. But, I haven't seen like a whole bunch of evidence that says that Sebastian was being bullied at school. And even Katie herself said that he was not being bullied at school. So there's that piece to it. So, oh, cool, Margaret. Okay. Yeah. So, I mean, to me, he was just trying to be, I think he's just kind of trying to throw spaghetti at the wall again and see if it sticks. And maybe this will make people think that Katie and Chris didn't have anything to do with it, kind of a thing. But let's watch the next clip.
Well, okay, so let me talk about the Tennessee situation. So these instances of these CPS records originally was thrown out there as 3 reports, and now it's gone to 5, and it's.
I'm just saying 2.
No, I get it. I just want to, because I think it's important to get to it. So, all right, with CPS, you cannot, as I think nobody can see those records, right?
Yeah.
Nobody's allowed to see them. They can only be got by the attorney of a parent, and they can't disclose what it is. So it's really easy to say this happened because nobody can ever fact check it. Now I know what you're talking about with the when he says this the same caseworker. Mm-hmm. You're talking about that, right? The same caseworker came out. Okay, so because there's other ways of finding out about some of these. So that caseworker, yes, it was the same caseworker, but that case that was the first instance, had nothing to do with any punishment or anything. It had to do with they had moved to Tennessee, mm-hmm. and there was a Seth disclosed what happened. I'm not going to get into Sebastian's personal trauma. I'm just not going to get into it. But there was there's detectives assigned to that. It was reported to the police immediately. There's a whole investigation. There's detectives assigned. That was simply they had moved to Tennessee, and that person came out because of what had happened in that instance. Then the incident you're talking about. So when he said, "Oh, it's the same lady," she wasn't there for 2 times of him hitting Sebastian with the belt. It was the first one was just, and I can tell you, like there was no follow up. I mean, I get the people are against it. I was, listen, in my school, like hit us with paddles, and corporal punishment is still used in school in Tennessee. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying it's not against the law. As long as there isn't a visible wound on the child after 2 hours after being hit, it's legal. I'm not saying it should be. I wouldn't hit my kids, but but those.
So I do want to clear one thing up. Are you saying that he was saying that there was only one? Are you saying there was only one instance of him hitting Sebastian with a belt, but there were two instances of the CPS worker?
So
because he described two separate instances in which he hit Sebastian with a belt.
Okay, but you were talking about. I'm talking about CPS like visits out because you said that. You said
in each case he said there was a CPS visit related to the belt.
He just admitted to it because he said that's the same CPS worker. That caseworker was there because they had moved from California there, and that was regarding trauma.
Yes, so I think we're talking about different things here. Chris described an instance that had happened, I think, a couple of years earlier when Sebastian was 12 or 14, and then there was the one when he was 15, right before he disappeared. That was referenced.
I don't know how many times. I'll just be honest. Okay. I don't know how many times he has hit Sebastian with the belt or scolded him, whatever you want to call it. I know, and I'm confident. Well, I shouldn't say I know. I'm confident, very confident that there's been no CPS cases like charged because the parents would know if they were right. They haven't been visited about multiple instances. So has he hit him? I don't know. I don't know. I know. Listen, I'm not trying to play tit for tat, but I think you probably saw the San Diego records too, right, with the neck and everything. So
yes, but I mean there was no. Seth denies that happened. Chris admitted he hit Sebastian with the belt.
There's photos of it though.
Well, yes, but that's the thing is there's a lot of ways you can get a bruise. I mean, I'm just looking at it like I'm trying to look at like the.
That's fine, but how do we know that? Well,
what I would say is that with Seth, we don't know for certain if Seth hit Sebastian. There's circumstantial evidence to suggest he could have. In Chris's case, he straight up said, "I hit Sebastian once," and then he described doing it a second time.
Right, but I mean, hitting within the realm of what corporal punishment is, it's not. I mean, I just want to make abuse is a different. Abuse is a different realm. Abuse is if it leaves a mark for over after 2 hours. So there's never been that. Whether it's right or not, that's not. Listen, I'm not going to. That's not my job, right?
It sounds like you and I might agree that hitting a child with a belt because the child wasn't wearing a belt might not be the appropriate response.
I think it's an old school. Yeah, I think it's too old school for now. I'll tell you, I was hit with like wooden spoons.
Yeah. Same. I come from an Italian family.
I don't agree in it. I still remember.
Mine was just open hands. Yeah.
Day how bad it hurt, and I don't. It's not something I do personally, but.
Okay, guys. So, I mean, we went over this too before, just talking about how, that used to be kind of an old school way of dealing with things. That's not as common anymore. I don't understand what SF is talking about when he says that if it leaves a mark after 2 hours, because how would someone know that? Obviously you would have bruises after the fact, but the 2 hours, I don't understand that concept. That makes absolutely no sense to me, but it's kind of par for the course here. Kylie, thank you so much for your kind comment. I appreciate you. And then Janet, I agree with what you said. Now he's talking about how Seth got these CPS records, but he said that nobody else would know about what's in them, and only the family member, only the parents who have an attorney who can request those documents can obtain those documents. But we all know that Seth did do that. He had an attorney and he did get the 4 CPS reports according to Tony, and the 5th one is still open. So SF starts telling everyone that the reason why CPS got involved in Tennessee was because of the trauma that happened in California. Sebastian was SA'd in California, and then they moved to Tennessee shortly after that or thereafter that, and that CPS followed them there. That is not true. CPS is state funded and state regulated per state. So if they move to Tennessee, then CPS wouldn't follow them there necessarily. Now, if somebody called and said there was issues happening in the home and that they had prior knowledge of the SA or whatever, what have you, they could make a new report and say, look, these people are from California. This happened over here in California, and now it's happening over here. Or whatever. He has bruises. Sebastian's complaining about that there's ABUSE in the house, things like that. And so, but yeah, that doesn't make sense either. And then he moves on to the bell and says he got whipped with a spoon. And then of course, Aiden's like, well, I'm Italian, I got whacked around too, and things like that. Like, yeah, it happens. And especially when we're younger, sometimes when we get a little bit older, our parents will do that when they did it when we were little, because you're still little. But then SF goes on to say that he doesn't spank his kids, and so he doesn't agree with that type of that parenting style or that discipline style, because what if you do leave a bruise, though? That's the whole thing. It's just a very gray area, and I just think that there's way more effective ways of parenting than just hauling off and smacking somebody. We've kind of evolved a little bit from that. But then he starts throwing Seth under the bus with the San Diego records. Have you seen the San Diego records about Seth? And, Aiden's like, yes, I have seen those, but Seth denied this happened. And, Chris just outright said that it happened. And so that's the big difference, in my opinion, too. I think that was well said. I agree. We don't know what was going on. We do know that Katie wanted out of the relationship. She really didn't want to be around Seth, for lack of a better way to say it. It happens, that's why we have divorces. It's not uncommon. It's actually a 50-50 shot when you get married. And so, especially when you're young, Katie was younger, Seth was older. And honestly, that's why I've never dated people that were younger than me by very much, because I just feel like you're in different places in your life and things like that. It's not my cup of tea. But either way, it did happen. And so, it's just something that I feel like it's just one more thing to disparage Seth and say, well, he was doing it too. Well, I don't care who was putting hands on him. I agreed with Janet's comment that, if that's not your kid, you shouldn't put hands on them, period. You should let that be up to the parents. When Katie gets home from work, tell Katie what Sebastian did if it was that bad, and let them know what happened. Say, this is what happened, and let it be known, and then you can handle it. But there's no reason for him to put hands on Sebastian, being his stepfather. No way. He has a father, and I also agree. Agree that that Seth should not put hands on Sebastian either, especially when he's got a pocket of fluid on his brain and things like that. If that's the case, any little blow could hurt him. If he was to fall and hit his head, something like that, you just don't put hands on your kids like that. Unless they're hurting themselves or others, then that would be a reason to do that. But in my opinion, it doesn't work out well. And then it's a gray area if they go to school and say that, and then you did hit them. I mean, it's not a good idea, in my opinion. Oh yeah, we love our lot lizards, Margaret. Janet says, is there not a law not allowed to hit the children? I don't believe what I don't believe what SF said about that. After 2 hours, if there's a mark, I don't believe that. I think that's nonsense. I do know that you're not allowed to, like, ABUSE kids with special needs. But then again, we did have some police officers that were accused of doing that as well in that same area in Hendersonville. That was a couple of lives ago, and that was also the CNY family who put that video out and highlighted that. And so it was a man that had mental illness, and they beat him bloody and left him in the floor and things like that, arrested him. And it was just a whole big ordeal. So sometimes, they'll turn the other way on things like that, especially if they're doing it too, in my opinion. So Mary says hitting a child with an impediment or just a hand is ABUSE in my books, and no one should ever hit anyone ever. Exactly. Well, it's just going to teach them to hit too, and things like that. That's the whole deal. If they're learning that behavior at home and that's the way that they're being disciplined, well, maybe if somebody does something they don't like at school, and they might just haul off and hit them, and not realizing that they need to find different ways of regulating their emotions and their anger. And especially when you have a child that struggles with that because he is on the spectrum, that's what's difficult too, is that you don't want to teach them that that's okay. When I worked with people with special needs, they are very, very strong, stronger than they understand. Sometimes they know their own strength, sometimes they don't. And so that's another thing to consider when teaching these kids how to handle life situations like that, because if they haul off and hurt somebody, they could be in trouble, and that would be awful. And so it's just something that they really need to evaluate and find better ways to cope with their anger. And Chris, because when it comes to Chris, I don't believe it's punishments. I believe that it's anger, misplaced anger taken out on Sebastian for doing the littlest thing, not wearing a belt. Big deal, he didn't wear a belt. Did his pants fall down? I mean, if his pants fell down, maybe tell him, that's what happens when you don't wear a belt. But I mean, Chris would have to be smarter than a fifth grader to understand how to deal with a child. And, to be honest with you, according to Nina, he didn't want children. And so he doesn't have the patience to deal with the children. It's very apparent. He couldn't even handle it when Faith was crying. He, slammed her against the wall, slammed her down on the table, because Nina was using the bathroom. And she had just had Faith. And, he just lacks patience in general. We'll just put it that way. An unnamed true crime channel says, as of 2024, corporal punishment is legal in 17 states and practiced in 14 states. Corporal punishment is defined as physical punishment, such as spanking, paddling, imposing on a child. He does say in there that Tennessee law is that they can spank in the schools and things like that. I would never give permission for anybody to put hands on my kid. Never, ever. If I'm not going to do it, neither are you. Type of a thing. Like, by all means, call me if they're doing something at school. Jocelyn says, my middle child in high school used to paddle. Yeah, kids. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, it is well known. Even especially like Catholic school and stuff like that used to get hit with rulers, whatever, if your skirt was too short and things like that. So, they definitely did that kind of thing. But I would be raising hell at the school if somebody put hands on my kid, or anybody's kid. I'd probably go down there for someone else's kid. knowing me, I'd be like, why are you putting hands on that kid? But yeah. And I'm not faulting anybody who's ever spanked their kids. That's their form of punishment. But in the same way, it's something to rethink about. It's like you can do a lot of other things, and especially that only works for so long. When they're in the workforce later on in life, they're not going to get hit at work. They're going to get fired. And, you would rather teach them how to be coachable and, someone that can follow directions and understand, that they do need to do that when there's an authority telling you to do that. Same thing with the police. But if they're just taught that, um, you know, that violence is the answer, then they're never going to be able to succeed in life situations, because you can only, and then also, let's just talk about the flip side of that really quick. If they're a little girl and they grew up being spanked and smacked and hit by the people who love them, a lot of times that's why women get into the domestic V situations, is because of the fact that that is what they think love is. And they think that when they do something wrong, they deserve to be hit. So there's a very deep psychological bond that sticks with people when that is the form of punishment. And I do believe that. I'm not an expert, I'm not a doctor, I'm just a person, but I do see that reflecting in kids when they're, being hit as a punishment. And Geo Twin says kids nowadays don't have a clue what a butt whooping is. Exactly, Geo Twins, exactly. And and then I was so ornery, I would gauge the ass whoopings. I'd be like, well, is this going to be worth it? Because I know what I'm going to get if I do it. But in the same way, it's just kind of. And then also, like, heaven forbid you'd ever go to CPS and tell on your parents. Oh my gosh, if you know you wouldn't want to do that. It's a different, it's just different times. It's changing and things like that. So it's not that anybody's a horrible, awful person that does that. But when we look at Chris Proudfoot and we see just the way that he reacts to things, it's no surprise that he had to take anger management court order. It's no surprise that he had to, kind of bend over backwards and things like that for the courts, because he's just the type of person where he'll admit that he did it because he doesn't think he's doing anything wrong. He needs help, but he won't go get help. He'll do anything to avoid getting help, self-reflection, thinking, okay, maybe I could have handled myself differently in that situation, things like that. It's just my opinion too. So, all right, guys, we will watch this next clip. I have two more, I think. Yeah, I have two more clips. Here we go.
So yeah, I'm not giving him a free pass on that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. The one thing I did want to clarify last before I want to take like one or two audience questions if there's any good ones.
I will say the way the donations are set up, there are no questions with the donations. It's just donations.
Oh, okay. How are we looking for donations?
In total right now, I can check. We seem to be riding right around.
You probably have to look at the actual stream on YouTube. If you want to pull it up.
I can pull that up, but it's looking like several hundred so far.
But so I just really quickly wanted to, because this was something that I was looking at, just wanted to bring this back. I know we're trying to keep it about Sebastian and not, dig up the old dirt, but regarding, because I think this is important, and we're gonna have Seth and Tony on, and I'm gonna ask them a number of the same questions, just be like, hey, can you explain this from your side? But you had said that that Katie had multiple abortions before Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
What I'm seeing, and I'm just walking through my thought process here. What I'm seeing here is that what Seth had said in this live chat, which I don't know when this stream is from, but he had said in this live chat, Sebastian was the only child that Katie didn't abort of mine. Mm-hmm. So where is the belief that these were before Sebastian coming from?
So one, keep in mind that I'm, of course, talking with, I'm retained by a person, but that's very biased. Now, there's other, and I don't have them readily accessible, but there was another instance where, he's talked about this a few times. He talked about, I believe, and I don't know if it's in a private thing now, but he talked about how the middle names, the Wayne Drake, were like names he wanted to were they planned to use for the two before that were aborted, and so and there was some other. Listen, I think there's other people that know where these screenshots are, and I'm sure that they'll get sent to me. But very confident. There's other proof, right? I mean, they moved out of state. I mean, when she was a minor, because
Right.
he was worried about the law. So, they went to Virginia and I think Georgia, and but the thing is, like, I think it's important to see that there is this this behavior, this. I don't know. Let's say she was 18. I still think that's weird. Like he
Still
said,
a bit of a weird age gap.
Very clearly said on one of the shows that he said, I told her I was going to marry her when she was 12. It's like, ooh, that's just creepy.
Wasn't he engaged at that time?
I don't know. I mean, I don't really want to say that, but I don't know. But
Okay.
he kind of he kept his word. He kept, and that is, listen, that's great. There is no reason for a 22-year-old to be hanging out with a 12-year-old. There's just not. And then to continue to hang.
My understanding was that she was employed by the family
At 12?
as a babysitter. By the family.
Well, so there is there is a family. Yeah, there's another babysitter too, but I don't want to get into all that.
I see where you're coming from. This is all stuff I plan to ask Seth and Tony directly as well, so they'll be able to give me their side. And then,
and the thing is, I'm not trying to listen. That's not my fight to get into.
Yeah.
I do think when there's some things being said, I don't think it's right for Seth has come out and changed his tune for a reason and started saying it was murder and she's responsible, and it just seemed like there was an agenda, and I just thought it was important for people to realize that he has just manipulated her and through the years, and just see both sides of the story, I guess.
Okay. Yeah. So I'll get his side, and then we can always, but you and I can discuss this at length through email.
Okay, guys. So basically, they get back into it about the email that was supposed to be sent over, a while back. This was towards the end of the live. I think there's about 40 minutes left of it. And SF finally does send over the screenshot from T-Rev. And basically all it says was Seth said that Sebastian was the only child that KP didn't unalive in her womb. I don't know if we're allowed to say the A word, but they said it a couple times, of his. Now, he didn't specify whether it was before or after Sebastian, but then SF is like, oh, I'm sure there's people out there that have screenshots of it. I'm sure if there were, we would have seen them by now. And the fact that you don't have them to produce, but you're willing to just make up all these accusations is very questionable to me as a private investigator, because you're supposed to do your homework, right? That's exactly what your job description is, a private investigator. So you're behind the scenes. It doesn't mean you can't go public, but you try to be behind the scenes and you try to sleuth a little bit and sleuth a lot and find out information. And then you present it to your client who's paying you to do so. Or you took the case pro bono. Either way, it's literally your job description to investigate. And he has no proof whatsoever. And so then he goes into these text messages that say about the Wayne Drake. Well, even on Elevated Truth podcast, when they were discussing this very subject, it was said that Wayne is the name of Seth's father and Drake is Baby Dragon, and those were the reasons why the name was chosen. They also said something about the character from, I believe it's the Never Ending Story, whose name is Bastion, not Sebastian. But so that was probably, I don't know where that came from, or maybe they liked Bastion but they named him Sebastian. Either way, they got that part wrong too. And then they were talking about the fact that Katie was employed. So Aiden starts saying Katie was employed, and then SF doesn't let him finish. he basically says, "Oh, employed at 12? Well, yeah, I was employed at 12 too. I used to babysit for my cousins. And so that's when I started babysitting for them when I was 12 years old. And I'd get paid like $30 for the day to watch the kids on a Saturday for my aunt and uncle who worked. And so, you know, there's that. Yeah, I was 12 years old and employed as a babysitter. And so he didn't let him finish though. And he's right away, oh, 12, blah, blah, blah. And then he's like, oh, there was other babysitters and things like that. It's just all ridiculous. Like, in my opinion, he has nothing backing it up. He has just all of these accusations, but no proof. It's just crazy. And then according to Yada, at that time, Katie and Seth were living in around the area of Virginia, right? Because that's where her Uncle Don lived and everything like that. Um, his story definitely doesn't match up with the family member that knew them back in the day. And if he had taken the time to reach out to family members that knew him back in the day, just like Bullhorn Betty did, or knew Katie, excuse me, not him. I'm referring to Katie. But if they would have done their research and spoken to people who actually knew them back then they would have had more accurate information. In my opinion, he did not. And so he had it all mixed up. They did end up moving to Georgia, according to Yada, but that didn't have anything to do with them I don't know why I want to keep saying the word alluding tonight. That's weird. They didn't they didn't mention any fact that they were trying to flee from the police because Katie was underage and everything like that. In my opinion, that wouldn't have been acceptable to the Rosenbaum family from what Yada said and the way that Seth went about getting permission to marry Katie and that sort of thing. And so I don't believe it. I think it's just all a ruse to kind of point away from the proud feet who everybody suspects. Reach for this. Reach for this guy says, I never know what this dude is talking about. Me neither. Oh, good dreaming. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back. Jocelyn said he was incredibly dangerous. Thanks, guys. I'm very glad. Oh, I divorced him. Oh, Jocelyn, I'm so sorry. I didn't read the other comment up there. It was a long battle to get away. Oh, I'm so glad you did. I'm so glad you did. And see, that's the thing, too. That's why, with Nina, it's like I do give her more grace because of that. Because I can't imagine having to be married. And, even we gave Katie grace, too, in the one live, because it was just like, how could we not give her grace when she's saying she's scared and CPS is coming and it's always Chris and she's saying she's scared and things like that. I mean, that does bother me a lot. It bothers me for Sebastian more so, so because it's hard on the kids. It's something they don't have to be seeing. Yes, couponing, very well said. Sounds like you made a great decision. Absolutely. Yes. I would have done it sooner. I know. I always have that problem myself, Jocelyn, but don't be too hard on yourself because the thing is it's not easy. It is not easy. People do not know what it's like until they're in it. These people are very manipulative. Look at Chris. He was able to get, 5 wives now that were willing to marry him, that were, one of them willing to have a child with him. One of them willing to allow him to be a stepchild to her, or excuse me, a stepfather to her child. And so there's a lot that goes into that when it comes to the psychological aspect and in the way that these men act like they are good people and then they're not. We see that in Crystal McQuarrie Jones's case where, Tony seemed like this very nice guy where he was, had money and he had, established himself, and come to find out that was not the case. He was a liar. And so these pathological liars are very good at it at first. If we don't know somebody, we give them the benefit of the doubt. A lot of us have good hearts, right? And that we're trusting of people. And we want to see the good in other people. You know what I mean? And when you first meet somebody, you meet their representative, unfortunately. You don't meet the person that they really are until much later. And some people don't drop that mask until you're moved in with them and you're reliant on them or dependent in them in some ways, until they know that you are in love with them. And what you're in love with was the way that you were being treated to begin with, the person that you met that you thought you were getting involved with, but in reality that wasn't the case. And then you have people that get together very young, you know, like in Katie's situation. I'm not saying that the age difference isn't weird. I think it is, in a small way. It doesn't make it illegal. It is actually legal for an 18-year-old to date somebody that's older than them. Some places, it's legal for a 17-year-old. It just depends on what the state laws are. Um, However, to me, it's not my cup of tea, because I like to date somebody who is equally yoked as me, who is the same age as me. I really wouldn't go for a younger person, just because, as I said before, it's something that you're in different parts of your life, right? You've experienced more things. When someone's 18 and you're over the age of 21, they can't go to bars, for instance. Not that that's everything, but it's just one thing that is a big difference between, you know, just getting out of high school and being in the bar scene. It's just a completely different ballgame, in my opinion. So, but with that being said, I don't think it's something that he should be chastised for. Obviously, Katie made her decision as an 18-year-old woman. Um, and Island says Nina's life experience with CP and his family truly tells how trapped she felt in that small town, in my opinion. Absolutely. And then also what her daughter said too, Island, you know, because that's a great point what you said. And but also her daughter, you know, came out, and that she was traumatized from that situation. You could hear it in her letter. It was just absolutely heartbreaking. She remembers her stepfather, and not for a good reason. And Island says, question, is that who CP was fooling around with? Was KP when he was married to Nina? There has been a speculation about that, and both sides. So whether Katie was still with Seth, or if Nina was, and I don't know. I think it was very fast afterwards, because especially with narcissists, they don't stay single long. They go move on to the next person, the next person, the next person. Sometimes they have somebody already like lined up, unfortunately. Um, and that's been my experience too. So I think that it's a strong possibility. There's been a lot of speculation on that, definitely. Margaret says Lady Freedom likes to go to the bar. I wish I could these days. I can't afford it. I'll tell you, girl. And then the last time I went to this tiki bar not too long ago, and I had a margarita, and then I went into the bathroom, and like there was no soap in the bathroom. That was just not my place. I was like, how did I enjoy this when I was younger? Like, I was like, oh gosh. It was just like this little tiki bar outside though, so I don't know. It was but no, I don't. Margaret. And Geo Twin says, in my opinion, Chris started wanting Sebastian gone as soon as he started speaking up for himself. Chris wants to be in charge, and he didn't like Sebastian telling on him. Yeah, I agree with that, Geo Twins. I think so too. I think it made him mad, you know. I think that he thought, oh, you know, you little stinker, you're doing this, you know, in a nice way. I'm sure he called him other words. But yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. I think that he didn't want Sebastian to tell. I think Sebastian was getting fed up with it. And I think he was getting older and realizing, like, I do have a voice. I can speak up. And, you know, he would. Margaret. But absolutely. I know dreaming it's awful. It's just awful. Dreaming says G of twins, but it's something very obvious in my opinion. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Mary, it is. It is. The price is expensive. Like just going out, like even for a few drinks or whatever, like even like wine by the glass has gotten really expensive, I've noticed, and things like that. So yeah, it's I'm glad that I was back in the cheaper days when you could do like the bowling alley had like a 50 cent drinks or whatever, 50-cent beers or whatever. All right, guys, let's go ahead and we'll watch this next one. We are all the way. Okay, here we go.
Speculating causes problems. Assumptions cause issues. And based on facts of what everybody knows, right now, there's nothing, and everything is still on the table to being looked at.
You just know he's out there somewhere.
One other question I have is recently Channel 5 in Nashville, they had security footage that showed 2 flashlights the night he disappeared. Is there anything that you think about this video? Or
Sure. So there's a lot of speculations about that video that are floating on the internet. Okay, and that is exactly what it is. It's speculations. Now, what I can give you an official statement on is TBI Newslink has released a statement from law enforcement, between local law enforcement, state law enforcement, some federal law enforcement, and they have analyzed that video so many times over that everything that everybody is trying to assume is a flashlight, I hate to say this, it's not. As much as we would love it to be one, it's not. I'm not going to go into details as far as where that video is shot from, but I can tell you, as the parents, we have seen the video firsthand from law enforcement. We know exactly where it was taken from, and nothing that is being assumed right now is actually true about that video, unfortunately.
okay.
And anything about any other videos or anything like that, please refer to the TBI news link that they have out there, the updated Amber Alert stuff, and it will give you the most up-to-date information that all law enforcement has, and they will give you current as far as what's what and how they're looking at things.
And if there's any new video, forward it to them.
Please.
Yeah. Security footage is really like a game changer.
This image was sent to me, and I decided to do some further enhancements on it. So here's one shot where you can see Mr. Foot carrying something, but upon closer review and more enhancement of the photo, this is what I see now to be Katie, Chris, and Sebastian. They're carrying Sebastian. It looks to me as if Chris is carrying Sebastian in either a blanket or a bag. I see a blanket just because of the way the black shape is formed, and it looks like he's carrying him like a baby, and Katie is standing behind him or walking with him. The reason I think this is because when I was enhancing the photos, I could see the differences in the appearance of what looks to me to be a human face, and it looked to me like it was actually a human arm that was draped over the person who was carrying the black blanket, or the perceived person in the black blanket. But here's an example of what I saw. Here you can see the differences and enhancements, and as I enhanced each photo, you can tell that the person's skin stays the same color and the black blanket also stays the same color, so I know that those two images are associated with each other. So as you can see, each time I enhance the photo, you can see that the core images stayed the same.
Okay, guys, so I just wanted to show that really quick again. Yeah, I was pretty blown away by it. And then also Unnamed True Crime Channel. Hey, little Miss Sharon, good to see you. she also sent me an enhanced photo too, and I'm gonna post that later on. Whenever I get off the live, I'm gonna make that other video and post it in there. And so definitely go check out Unnamed True Crime Channel. Oops, sorry, I hit that mic stand. She does a really awesome. She did a really awesome job on that, and I'll drop her channel link as well. In the video that I do later, because in the one that because I have such a bad glare if I try to do it off my phone, but if I do it in a video, you'll be able to see it a lot better. It doesn't look like an arm anymore. It definitely looks like another face or head, which this sounds awful. I was talking like this, but oh, awesome, from Australia. That's cool, little Miss Sharon. I think that's awesome. And so yeah, it's very pronounced when whichever program, I forgot which one she said she used, but it's a lot more pronounced, the head and the face. Of course, it's difficult to see because the resolution isn't good. It's dark. It's obviously an image from a little bit further away because you can see whatever they're whatever they're walking up to. And it's probably a still shot taken from a video. But either way, whatever they're walking up to, they're behind it, and then it looks like a person, another person behind, and then the person in front is carrying someone. Like I said, I originally thought it was an arm, because if you're being carried like this, your one arm is going to be like this over the other person's shoulder. Because you're just, especially if you're not, I mean, he didn't look like he was alive at that point, in my opinion. I hate saying that because I don't like to say things like that. I would rather keep the faith, keep hope alive, right? That's always a way better message, and especially because we don't know and our eyes could be deceiving us. But just from looking at it and then enhancing it and really looking at it, it definitely looks like someone was being carried out. And the only person that I can think of that would be being carried out would be Sebastian. Oh, no, Scranton Strangler, I did not send those to him, but I will. That's a good idea. I will do that. Mob Crew. I'm thinking that you're saying Mob Crew. I need to find out people's emails and whatnot. Sometimes, because like mine's in my channel description, but I don't know if everybody does that or not. I just figured I'd make it a little bit easier. Okay. Oh, cool, Scranton. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, I will. You're not the only one who has told me to send those over to him. He's really good at that. And then also I saw his video while I was down last week, and it was the one Picho. If I'm saying that wrong, I'm sorry. But it's a guy, it seems like he's from England. I love his accent, but he was able to lighten up the flashlight video, and it was very, very good. Pincho. Thank you, Scranton Strangler. There it is. Yes, Pincho. And so he did a really great job on that. And, just depending on what kind of software you're using, the tools that you have, I don't think Unnamed True Crime Channel is still in here, but I'll ask her. Just depending on like what you're using, you can really enhance these photos. And, I try not to do too heavily enhanced. I wanted to make it kind of just a little bit progressive, just to kind of show you what I was working with in terms of just lightening the photo, and then also adding like a filter on to enhance the photo. But I hate to do it too much because then it's like it takes away from the original. But those ones were fairly close. But the one that was like a white shot was better in my opinion. But our new hero, Mary, that's awesome. That's great. Pincho, I'm gonna say it wrong. Pincho Paxton. That is cool. Two Chris's. Yeah, Chris from the Mob Crew. Okay, cool. I know he's really good at that. I know he's taken, he's I should say he's educated in it. Because like all the stuff that I do, I've never taken classes or anything like that. I just kind of like go in there into the editor and figure stuff out as I go. But I have fun with it. It is fun. I wish that I was like really, really good at it though, because sometimes it'll take me so long to do it that if I already knew how to do it, I'd probably be, super fast at it. But Justin said, I missed when you said where the pic came from. Was it from security footage? It's a great enhancement. Thank you. Thank you, Jocelyn. So I believe now, I'm not 100% on this, so I just want to let you guys know that I don't know for sure, but it is supposedly from the flashlight video. So I'm assuming that white area where it kind of looks like a truck, like where it's like this, and then there's like a truck bed. I believe that is the flashlight video where they're coming up to the vehicle. So they would have been walking through the common area up to the vehicle. And Katie's behind. So it makes me wonder if possibly Chris walked over to the house without a flashlight, but when they came, when they were coming out, but then there would have to be probably a third person involved too, so I don't know who all was involved in it. But it definitely looks like someone was carrying out a person, in my opinion, like maybe in a blanket and their feet were hanging out. I think I did, when I was looking again, I'm like, okay, I can kind of see that. I was more so focusing a lot more on to like the faces, like Chris's face, and then whatever I thought was an arm or the Katie's face. Now, I believe it is, especially with that extra enhancement. So I'll make sure to get that up too. Edgar, yeah, really. No, Justin is spot on with calling Stepfoot Edgar. Oh yeah. I could totally see that. I can totally see that. I saw a little bit of Justin's live the other night, and he played the chicken rap, and that was hilarious. I was laughing so hard. I love that. Pincho Paxton's Greatest Minds is amazing. Oh, cool. Yes. He did a wonderful job. Like if I could do that, I would be really happy with myself, because the way that he did it was just he also debunked SF's theory also, and the one that they did, Clue and Cletus helped with, but basically that's what happened. He said the boat in the video had to have been cut off in half and stuff like that for there to be that wide angle, and for that to be possible. And so it was really, really great. You guys really need to go over and watch it, or Chris's, if you didn't see Chris's live. So I will definitely, I can always link it too. Because it was amazing. What they concluded was that the house that's directly across from the house that was recording, or where that came from, it was a lights in a window that the other light source was. So you guys really need to check it out, because I can't really, and I can always try to download it and we can watch it together too. So that's always an option. We just have to get through the end of SFs, and then we can, we're open to do more after that. Hey Merge, good to see you. Good to see you. She's like, that's the first time I've seen that. And like I said, I feel so silly because Minnie sent it to me, and Margaret, and I was like, I don't know what I'm looking at, and then I'm like, oh, okay. And I was just kind of like, all right. And then I think I got into something else, or we got to talking about something. I don't even remember what happened, but then whenever Gracie showed it to me, I was like, oh, I see that now. Oh, wait, I've seen this before, but not this clear as to what the images were. They were outlined in the other one as well. I don't know what I was smoking or what the heck was going on whenever I looked at that, because then I was like, I've seen this before. Why didn't I see what I saw, what I'm seeing now? That's another reason I posted it, was like, what do you guys see in this? Because I see a face. The first thing that I saw was a face and someone being carried. That was the first thing I saw. Then I look on the shoulder and I was like, what is on the shoulder? Is that an arm? And like I said, I thought it was an arm, but Janet says, I think CP, KP, and Bauer stocks are all involved, in my opinion. Logistically, it would have to be. For the flashlight video theory to work logistically and just visually, we would have to have more than just Chris and Katie, because 2 lights come from the house, and then there's another one, and they disappear, and then one goes back. So it's just, there would have to be more people involved in that situation. There would just have to be. And, one thing that I can think of that, like, history repeating itself, I found it to be weird that Katie went and picked up Esther, and then brought her to BJ's to meet with Melissa, the mom. That was a little bit odd to me. I don't know what the reasoning for that was, that she was already there and then she had to go pick her up and bring her there. But, maybe that's the reason why they were at the Texas Roadhouse that night, was because they were going to drop Chris off over there, and maybe it wasn't caught on camera. Maybe when they left the, Texas Roadhouse, they went over to someplace else, or they picked him up away from, the front entrance where the cameras were. I don't know. But it's just something to think about. Oh, good. Oh, that's wonderful. Oh, I'm glad. See, that's good. That was hard work paid off. I mean, because that's not easy to do all that enhancement and to get it just right the way that he did. It was very well done. It was very well done. Yeah, KP run back. Yeah, and that's the whole thing. That's the thing that really gets me. If it was just like 2 flashlights traveling through and everything, and nothing, everything was gone, you would think, okay, somebody's traveling through and they're gone, right? But then you see the one light source go back towards the house, and it's like, how can you unsee that ever? That's just one thing that really sticks with me. Just like, why did they go to the Roadhouse? So Mary Rogers says, ran back. Yep. Drove back. Yeah. Yep. She slipped up there. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah. And that was another thing that she got caught up on. She got caught up in another thing too, where she was saying that Sebastian liked to, well, this time she said he liked to rummage. I don't like the wording that they use, and maybe it's just me and that's the verbiage that they use typically. That's just the way they talk. But like, rummaging for stuff in your own house. Now, if you were in someone else's house and you were a guest and you went in their refrigerator or their cabinet where they had snacks and you were rummaging, like, that would be rummaging to me. If you're in your own house, how can you possibly be rummaging, especially if you're a kid? It's just so weird the way that they talk about Sebastian and treat him. It's almost like they're mistreating him while they're talking about him in some instances, like saying, oh, he rummages for things. But then I remember that JLR called Katie out and said, you have to go through your kitchen, or past your kitchen, excuse me, because it's more of like a little island and then all the cabinets and stuff, but then there's an island. But you'd have to go past your kitchen to get to Sebastian's room. So how did you think at first that he was eating breakfast? You wouldn't think that, because to get over to his room to see that he wasn't there, you would have to pass by the kitchen. So then she adds in the Chronicles of Olivia interview, well, he likes to dip behind walls and he likes to scare me. It's like, well, if he dips behind a wall and scares you, you would have still seen him at some point. It's like, she added that detail in because her story didn't make sense from jump. I mean, nothing made sense about what she was saying. She also slipped up on Duchess and said that, she saw Sebastian at midnight. And then Chris came in with his crystal clear, and that's how we all became to know that crystal clear wasn't crystal clear at all. Oh, thank you, little Miss Sharon. Yeah, I tried to clean it up a lot. I'll show you the unnamed true crime channel. She got a really good one too, where you can really make out how it's pronounced on their heads. I know it sounds weird. People are gonna watch my live later, like, what is she talking about heads? And Scran Strangler says, I know because I did it one time when I was a teenager and my mom caught on quick. I was supposed to be at school, not at my friend's house, and my mom called me to see if I had made it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, and that's the thing, too. I mean, my thing, too, is that if if this was if this was a situation where Sebastian made it out of the house by himself, because I know they alluded to that a lot earlier in the live. They were saying, well, SF, it wasn't Aiden's, but SF was saying that basically, well, for lack of a better way to say it, that if he would have walked out of the house, he would have been on camera of some way on camera. But then he says that there is a lot of camera footage of Sebastian that was turned in, like over 100 hours, and he was bragging about that. That was in the second part that I posted. And so I don't know. It's just, I think that if Sebastian was out there and he walked out, not only would he have been caught on camera, he also would have been found by now. It was extremely cold with no shoes, no coat, things like that. Another thing I just thought about too, earlier in the interview with SF, he was saying that Sebastian liked to wear hoodies. But we see Sebastian that night. Katie was wearing a hoodie, but Sebastian did not have a hoodie on. And it was quite cold that night. And so I found that to be very strange too, you know, um, and things like that. So it's just they catch themselves up, they contradict themselves constantly. Scranton Strangler says, "I said yes, mom. We just got we just got here." She said, "Who's we?" Oh no, because you were sneaking somebody in. Oh my goodness, that is funny. That is really funny. Um, well, and that's the thing, like, your brain wants to tell the truth, right? So even when you're trying to be really sneaky, especially I think it's more so especially when you're trying really hard, like, your brain's like, "Nope, I'm gonna tell on you," or something like that, because that's funny. Um, yeah, I just don't think that Sebastian, like, we woulda saw him go out his window and meet the boys. We woulda saw him, go out the front door. They could have done an audit on the locks, and they could have seen that he punched in his code last, and he was the last one to punch the code in. That sort of thing, like, to lock it back, and things like that. So there's many different ways that we would have noticed. And then also, I think, like you said, when you're doing something wrong as a kid, a lot of times you're going to be caught in doing it because you haven't learned how to lie really well at that point. You're kind of testing the lying waters out. Most of us understand, like, as we get older, it's not okay to lie. Like, it always gets you in more trouble, and then you gotta come up with a lie to cover that one, and da 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 da. But, like, as a young kid, I think that the FBI, or whoever they were with, I don't think it was actually the FBI. They were kind of palling around, according to Bobby, with some of the searchers, some of the law enforcement guys, and asking them questions. I mean, I'm sure they're used to that kind of thing going on. And so they were kind of trying to ask and things like that. I'm sure those boys, if they were trying to be sneaky and get information out of the agents that they were talking to, or the police officers, that the police officers would have caught on to that and realized, hey, these kids are trying to, like, fish for information, things like that. So yeah, because they're still, they're not going to be the best liars and super cunning. I mean, look at the Slender Man girls, and there's a lot of cases out there. Aiden Fauci, he thought he was real slick. I mean, he was actually sitting in the back of a cop car with his phone, and doing his, little narcissistic thing, as a child narcissist there. But, it's just something that I really truly believe that the police would have caught on to that and realized, okay, now these kids that's weird, and also, their cell phones may have been seized and things like that, and they would have found that information. But I think that the police were operating that under the assumption that he was a runaway, or he walked out on his own, which I still don't understand, because if there's no footage or proof, it's weird. Oh yeah, see, that is so amazing. I'm so glad to hear that, because that was a really well done video. Merge says, yes, something odd about picking up his niece. Yeah, it is really weird. And then when they're telling the story, they're like looking at each other, and she's looking at him for approval and things like that. Chris coughs in the video looking for approval, or trying to make it so Katie won't say something wrong. He's trying to get her attention, in my opinion. And then also she just comes out and says, don't give out that information. It's sus, is what I heard. So I don't know. It's weird. And Scranton Strangler says CP did it over and over. We would have heard him leave the door. Yeah, he did do that over and over. We would have heard him yell. He would have, yep, if he would have went out the windows, we. Exactly. That is a fantastic point. Over and over and over again, he did that. And he didn't even know that he was doing it. It was like, we, and we would have heard that. He would have stepped on it. Everybody would have woke up, and it's like, apparently nobody was in the house besides Katie and Sebastian up until now, Dreaming says, my friend told me once he lives by, if I'm a fool, there's always a bigger fool. Oh, if I'm a fool, then there's always a bigger fool out there. I think it happens to be true that they had any involvement with Sebastian missing. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. And that is true. And then also, if you're smart, there's somebody that's smarter out there, so never discount others. That's a great point, Dreaming. And Mary says, yes, Scranton Strangler, he did slip up a lot. Yes, he did. Oh, you dozed off. We were just wondering how you did that, because I'm going to show it. I'm going to make another video after I get off live. And because there was another little tidbit that I wanted to put in there about the Texas Roadhouse menu and the photos. But we were wondering, because I told them your enhancement was off the hook. It was good, where you can actually see the people's heads. Dreaming says, I meant if I'm a fool, there's a bigger fool out there. Yes, thank you, Dreaming. That's what I was reading. I read that after, once I realized what you were saying. My phone's been doing weird autocorrect things. Like, I'm not even going to get started on what it's doing. Your phone was on your forehead. Oh no, unnamed true crime channel. You've been working too hard. And Janet says, yes, Katie Sebastian likes snacks. Snacks. What child does not like snacks? Grown-up snacks too. Yes, exactly. Made Sebastian spaghetti pancakes. Google it, y'all. Katie does not seem to be worried about what happened to Sebastian. Absolutely. And it's funny too, Janet, because there's times too where I'll get up in the middle of the night and I'll just I used to sleepwalk and when my trauma was really bad. This is gonna sound horrible. I can't believe I'm telling you guys this. But I used to get up in the middle of the night. I didn't even remember that I grabbed something to eat. I would just eat something and then I'd be in the morning, I'd be like, did somebody eat something? It was me, because I was sleepwalking. I don't do that very much anymore. But, if there's people that get up in the middle of the night, there's some nights where I can't sleep at all. And I'll just sit here, and then I'll make a snack, and then I'll be able to go to bed. I don't know. It's weird. So yeah, everybody likes snacks. And he's a growing boy. I mean, I know we've said it a million times, but he's growing. He needs food, feed him. And Dreaming says ego will meet bigger ego, in my opinion. Absolutely. That is 100% true. Oh gosh, unnamed true crime channel. Spaghetti pancakes is Katie's food that she fixed Sebastian that morning. And I've seen different ways of making spaghetti pancakes. The most awful way includes making spaghetti, putting the pancake batter as the sauce, and then putting Parmesan cheese on it. That was the worst one. The best one that I saw was where you take like pancake batter and you put it in one of those squeeze bottles and you just squeeze them out to look like spaghetti and then you put powdered sugar. So I hope that's the one that she made. But she told us to Google it, y'all. And she's like, Google it, y'all. And that's kind of like why it's a running joke. But when I Googled it, it was not like specific. There was there were several options, and the worst was spaghetti pancake batter noodles. It's weird. Um, Merge says dreaming also, or I always remember the old saying, "There's no fool like an old fool." That's a good one. That is a good one. Scranton says yes, she was very vague about all that niece thing, and CP's sister posted on on her Facebook and said she picked up KP and Sebastian, took them to BJ's and took them back home. So who is lying? I know exactly, and that's the thing too. There was a lot of discrepancies in what Melissa had to say to when it came to like it was 8:30 when people started searching. There's a lot of discrepancies. I could always try to make a video about that because I found that to be really interesting too. I do have a video. I just don't remember which one I put it in. But yes, Melissa was not helping the situation with her takes on when she was on Facebook. She was really contradicting some of the things Kathy was saying and some of the things Chris and Katie said, to be honest. So, and Mary says that's what KP told us all to do in her interview. Yeah, she did. She was like, Google it, y'all. She said, Google it, y'all. Like she didn't want to explain what she. Yes, yes. Like she didn't want to explain it to us, so she said, Google it, y'all. Which Katie is sassy like that. Like there's been a lot of little statements in there that, I can see her being you know, not as meek and mild as she makes herself out to be. Um, Scranton says exactly that's what hurts me the most. KP does not seem upset about him going, yeah, or being gone, or so it seems, in my opinion. Yeah, absolutely. I think so too. She doesn't seem like it. She'd be out. Oh, okay. Scranton says, I think it's like a funnel cake like you get at a carnival. Know what I mean? Yeah, I do know what you mean. See, that one would be the best case scenario if she can make me spaghetti pancakes, if that's the case, because I love that. But Gia Twin says, can you post a link? Oh, yeah. I was gonna say if dreaming, I know there's not a lot of mods in here, I don't think. But yeah, post your link down in there. I'll have to mod you. I can't mod from. It's weird. You'll have to go in there. Unnamed True Crime Channel. If you go in to this live tonight, I'll look back in there and then I'll mod you, and then that way, because I can't do it from here. I don't know why it won't let me. I don't know how to, at least. Merge says that's nuts to accuse Bobby's kids. I agree. I don't know why. Like, I just feel like something would have been said. Something would have slipped out, especially because they were working with everybody to find Sebastian. I just feel like, yeah, that is a horrible analogy, or a horrible theory, rather, excuse me, not analogy, but it's a horrible theory to put out there, especially against these kids, when all of the evidence points towards Chris and Katie. That is weird to just have somebody disappear. I mean, people don't disappear, we remain, you know. Oh yeah, see, Margaret, some people do. I knew a girl that like she was funny because she would do the sleepwalking thing, but she would always eat chocolate, and so in the morning she'd be like, "There were chocolate wrappers in my bed," and like we would laugh about it, and then I realized like once I started sleepwalking, it wasn't very fun. And Mary says, "Fun fact, didn't she say also?" Yes, she did. She's like, "Fun fact, I made him breakfast." She was really snarky about that. Like, it was like, okay, well, no one said you didn't cook him breakfast. They've been very defensive since day one, in my opinion, just on little things like that. Like, oh yeah, by the way, Sebastian can read, and it's like, well, there's people out there that don't understand autism spectrum. They don't. They might hear that he's got a chromosome deletion and think, oh, okay, well then maybe that's deters him from being able to do simple things, or that people didn't understand it too, and they didn't want to take the time to understand it. Katie doesn't want to have to take the time to explain it in many cases too. So Katie's silence tells all. She should, yeah, definitely slip up again. Yeah, I think so too, and I think they know that they're bad liars, so that's why they didn't go on Aiden's podcast. They could have won on Aiden's podcast. I don't know why SF came on there as a private investigator, but then didn't give any, like, really proof or evidence. Or, I mean, if I was the private investigator for Chris and Katie, I would say, Katie, can I have permission to download your iPhone or your iWatch? And that way I could show people what you were doing at certain times. That would alleviate a lot of drama. But all he did was perpetuate drama and blame things on Seth and keep pushing it on other people, pushing it on Bobby's kids. It was just one thing after the next with, oh, it's not my clients, it's not my clients. And no matter how ridiculous his statements got, he would still be like, it's not my clients. So um Mary says, Janet, she would slip up again. Absolutely, I believe that. Couponing says, in my opinion, I have many theories. Has has SF uh come off saying in this last month? Yeah, he's had a lot of theories. He's had a lot of theories, but nothing to back it up. So if it was me, again, I would be showing people like, okay, this is why I feel this way. This is why I think this. I've come to this conclusion based on this data. Like, but they're not showing any data. They're not showing anything to back it up. They're just kind of flinging around things, seeing if people will take to it. And to me, that's not professional. He was very unprofessional. Oh, and talked in your sleep? Yes, Margaret. I'm a bad talker in my sleep. I'm a bad one. I'm bad with that. Still get up and eat. See, that's what I mean. Like, it's just something that sometimes when you just really can't sleep too, it's just something that if you have like a little snack, it'll kind of make you more tired, and stuff like that. But to say that your own child, like, I would never dream of saying that my child was rummaging, even, with her being in her 20s and her coming to my home, which obviously she's not living here. But if she came to my house, like, it's her house too. Like, you get whatever you want. You want something out of the refrigerator, you want anything you want. If you want to use my hair stuff, my makeup, whatever you want. I wouldn't be like, she was rummaging through my makeup and found my eyeliner. She was rummaging through the refrigerator. I would never dream of, and that goes for, I guess I'm maybe more welcoming or something, but I mean, that even when she was younger and her friends would come over, they knew that they can go in my refrigerator and grab some. If you're thirsty or hungry, either let me know and I'll make you a snack, or go ahead and grab it. It's just weird. And Dreamy says, true, very defensive but confident, in my opinion. Very overly confident. Yes, yes. Truth will come out. I think so too. I mean, little by little, we're getting these little nuggets as we go, and that sort of thing. So Faye says, there's something that's buzzing in my head since her friend Lori was verified there by Seth. Why didn't they go to all of these places together as they were visiting? Yeah, why did she eat? Yeah, why did they eat at home the snacks? Exactly. I don't know why, Faye. I don't understand that. Like, where was the friend all day and things like that? And then also, was the friend there overnight? And is that why he was saying we or they or everyone would have heard? That is something that I keep in the back of my head too. Um, and then also it is weird that they didn't go home. I don't know. To me, I would probably have like after the arcade and everything, it would have been like such a busy day. I would have been like, let's go home and grab a pizza and watch a movie or, kind of chill out, especially it being Sunday night on a school night. That's the big yeah, make it make sense is right. I know it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't add up. And Island says KP's demeanor was way different in that interview, in my opinion, and CP looked like a meek one, in my opinion. Yes, he did. He looked very bewildered. I do agree with you, Island. Like almost like, um, I don't know. He's kind of a weirdo though, so maybe he was trying to make a good impression on Olivia. But because she's a gorgeous young lady, and you never know. CP's always a weirdo. But so maybe he was being on his best behavior, but he did absolutely seem like meek in my opinion too. He seemed not his regular self, but then again too, Olivia was asking very good questions, factual questions, and so maybe he didn't feel threatened. I don't know. I mean, Smiley was super nice to him too. She really was. um all of the other Yeah, I don't know. That's a good point, though. Yeah. And Janet says, yet CP and KP asked for help, yet they get deceit and lawyers. Yeah. And yeah, don't want Sebastian found. I would love to know who's representing them. I still haven't done a lot of research on that, but I need to figure that out too. Um, Mary says, yes, Faye, where the hell was Lori all weekend? I mean, it's valid. It's super valid question. Dreamy says, merge nothing to be surprised about from those people. Absolutely, I agree. Oh, hey, Anne. Good to see you. Oh, wonderful. I know exactly who you are, Anne. You're Lot Lizard. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Oh, that's awesome. And Faye says, at the dispatch, the officer verifies the mom and 4 people. So Lori was there early in the morning already. Yeah. And that's so questionable too. And it seems like she might have um left, maybe. I don't know when she left. I know Seth verified that she was there. That's something to I'm gonna kind of research that a little bit, Lori. Because yeah, if she was there early in the morning, that makes me think that she might have been there all night. Um Yeah, where's Lori? And, I find it odd that she never came out and spoke on Katie's behalf. Not even, in one interview or, pick a YouTuber, or even like Duchess or somebody, because I know they were talking to her a lot. How come they didn't do an interview? They did one with her other friend, that was on Queen Bee. And she was very neutral. So. But Janet says, just all this ABUSE, 5 CPS, poor Sebastian, our hearts are broken for you, but we will never stop praying for you. What child has no friends? Yes, I know. It does break my heart too, Janet. I don't understand. I don't understand why. I really don't. He was very likable, lovable, and I shouldn't say was, he is, from all accounts that you see. And then also the teachers had wonderful things to say about him, just wonderful. And so I just don't see that. I mean, you're not going to get along with everybody at school. You know what I mean? There's going to be some people that just don't like you because they don't like you. You don't mix well or whatever. But for him not to have anybody, it just makes me think that nobody wanted to let their kids go over there too. And I think that's a big one. Thank you, Dreaming, for posting Terry Lynn's channel. Yes. Yes. Terry Lynn is awesome. She's going to be searching too. Um, real soon, because I know she had a live the other day and she said that. And Scranton says, hey, can I ask a question about another channel? Sure. Yeah, I don't care as long as it's not like really bad or anything. In this case, I know it's like kind of not proper to really speak about other channels and things like that, but it's kind of odd in this case because they've gone on so many different channels, right? They went on all these channels, and so we're like, okay, on Chronicles of Olivia, or okay, on Smiley Stories World, or you know what, when Terry Lynn interviewed. There's so many people that have covered this, so it's hard not to, and then also we have like Clue, Cletus, these people are Chrissy, Stephen Crabtree even are like heavily involved in the case. And so it's, Terry Lynn is with Freddie and Jason. I know she'd be taking us to where is it? Like, oh gosh, the favoriteest parts is when we're in the cemetery or something like that, and then Margaret gets to go in. Terry Lynn, look behind you. It's so funny. Dreamy says we usually don't discuss other channels here, but yes, thank you, Dreaming. Yeah, as long as it's not like really bad. If it's about like an interview or something like that, I don't mind it. Um, there is a channel, and I can't really tell if she is supporting. Oh, okay. You can always email me. I think there are some people that are. There is a little bit of maybe behind the scenes stuff going on right now, um, in terms of like who is supporting Chris and Katie versus Seth. Really, at the end of the day, it's just really we got to just kind of keep it stuck with Sebastian, but it's difficult in this situation because you have one side that's been trying to find him and the other side that seems like they're not. And then also Seth's been very quiet lately, but I know they're doing that vigil and things like that. So I'm glad to see that he's continuing with that because that's really should be a good focus for him. You know what I mean? It's important. Oh yes, streaming kid. I'm sorry. Thank you, couponing. My goodness. And Scranton says the channel name is Granny, and I can't tell where she's supporting. Do we? Oh, okay. I'm pretty sure that she's partial to Chris and Katie, is my opinion, just because she goes on panel a lot with like Cluminati and things like that. That's just my opinion. I will tell you, I do not watch Granny, so I can't really say what her opinions are because I don't really watch her a lot. I do catch little excerpts of her on different channels. But I can't really say what side of the fence she is on 100% just because I don't watch her. Um, oh, good. Thank you, Anne. I'm so glad. That's so nice of you. I appreciate you subscribing. We're glad to have you. And yep, Scranton. She's the sources. Yeah, I mean, I hate to say it. Like, if other people know, maybe you guys could say, but I honestly I do not know what her stance is. And then also sometimes people change their minds. The last time I heard like Granny was on panel was on the Elevated Truth podcast. So. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Thank you so much, streaming. Thank you. Yeah, there are two grannies. There are two grannies. People paid to support CP. I think behind the scenes, I think it helps them. Okay, so I think there's people that are pro Chris and Katie and people that are not, and so they're kind of banking on those people, as they're following. I would rather stay on where I have been, which is basically I support a parent who is looking for their child. I 100% want Sebastian found. So that's where I'm at. It's not that I like Seth better. I think he's more likable. I think he's more likable. But do I like him better? I think he's just a dad that's out there looking for his son, and I think he wants to find his son. I think he's trying to do everything he can. Um, so that's kind of where I lie on the situation, but most definitely whatever's gonna find Sebastian. If tomorrow, Cletus and Clue are out in the forest and they find Sebastian, I'm gonna applaud them for doing that. I don't have any problem doing that. I don't think that they're trying that hard to do that. If anybody's really looked from the beginning and has been diligent about looking, thank you, Dreaming. Thank you so much. It's gonna be Terry Lynn. So if Terry Lynn hasn't found him yet, I don't know. I don't know what to think. If law enforcement couldn't find him, Terry's been out there. Silver's on the scene, another person who's very, serious about finding Sebastian, like actually going and looking. Um, I mean, I would think that they would find him faster than, you know, someone who's out there, doing questionable activities, and also searching, I guess. But yeah, it is kind of confusing. I know. Yeah. Yeah. Little Miss Sharon, she can be, yeah. I know. I try not to. And then Janet says, don't know who is supporting Seth, but found Sebastian. Most important, Sebastian needs to be found. Exactly. Yes. But I think everybody needs support. Like, I mean, if just say that, none of the parents are involved, they still need support. I just don't see how, with all of the overwhelming evidence, it could be any other way. That there's got to be something there. And it is. It's things that have been said. If we could just read between the lines, but um, Sebastian's the one that is out there. He's the one that should have been the main focus since day one. My problem with Chris and Katie is, like, from day one, they were coming out saying that people bash us, they bash us, they bash us, all this stuff, and just basically saying that, um, well, they were complaining about themselves instead of being like, "Oh my gosh, my child's out," complaining about the fact that their child's out there in the cold with no food. There were little children that were, interviewed, and their parents were, and their parents were telling, the news outlets what their children were saying, and their children were worried about these things. How is he getting food? How is he staying warm? If the parents, their own parents, his own parents, are not doing that, that is a huge red flag, and I can't overlook that. And no matter what anybody really says, I just can't overlook that. But then when you hear from Seth, he's out there like, "Son, if somebody has you, run, call 911." I mean, those are the typical responses that you want to hear and that you need to be hearing. And so, do I like Seth better? I can't say that I like him better. I can just say that I like what he's doing better. I think what he's doing is important, and I will support whoever is supporting Sebastian. And that's just how I feel. Um, and Showpoodle says the other weird thing, all of those local YouTubers, and they all support the PF's weird. I know, I find that to be very odd too, Showpoodles. But the thing about, like, Crabtree, if you watch the progression, what really, in my opinion, happened is that he was a TikToker and he wanted a YouTube following. So the best way for him to do that was to follow the unpopular opinion. He wasn't getting the type of viewership that he was looking for, being on Seth's side. And so he opted to go to the dark side, in my opinion. And I say that because I was subscribed to him until after the dirty stuff that he pulled, with the Flyers and Terry Lynn and the TikTokers, and I was done. And Scranton says, "Has anyone heard from Silvers? I haven't seen any posts in a few days." I haven't checked, but I hope they have. I really do. Um, oh yeah, thank you, Dreaming. Thank you. Oh yeah. Oh, that's weird, unnamed true crime channel. I'm glad you subscribed to Terry Lynn. The comments won't post. I wonder. Hey Jude said that was happening on my channel too. And then I had to go in there and enable the comments again. Sometimes you'll post a video and YouTube will you'll have the comments on and they'll put the comments off. I don't know why they do that. Does it do that on your channel at all? Anne says, I believe that Terry Lynn is going to find Sebastian Rogers and it's going to be really soon. Oh, I hope so too. I pray every day. I can see Terry Lynn finding him over, any of the other bunch that's been out there claiming to be searching and things like that. Again, I support anybody that's going to support Sebastian. So, I mean, I'm glad that people are making an effort. It just kind of falls short with me with those people because they've been caught so many times lying. They're questionable. There's addiction issues within the group, and it's just, I don't know. Truthfully, though, it wouldn't matter who found him as long as he's found. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's how I feel as well. Unnamed True Crime Channel. That's really good. Yeah. Oh, you're all right, Sharon. No worries. No worries. Faye says Terry needs people to search with her, and the places they are left are dangerous, and she needs people with her. Absolutely. Absolutely. It's very dangerous, just the terrain there. It really is. And then, the snow and everything like that. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the green hearts, guys. Oh, I know, exactly. Jocelyn said I lost a kitten during a move and it got free and I was crying and more upset than she was. Yeah, than her child. Exactly. I know. And I mean, that's the thing our pets are like our family too. But when it's your kid, it's different. It is different. And I don't see that urgency. I don't see that worry. Aw. Yes, he is. Yes, unnamed true crime channel. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have popped that one up there, guys. I shouldn't have done that. No, she lives in a comment, maybe because crime is my name. Oh, oh, maybe that's a good point. Maybe unnamed true crime channel. That's possible. Sebastian was last seen the 26th. Who saw him where? I know. I've been working on a little research project for that, guys. So I'm gonna get it to you as soon as I can. I'm trying to get a comment verified through a news source. I don't know that I'm going to get that. It's going to be up to the person who wrote the article if she will verify it with me. I did get a call back and the message was going to be relayed over. But some people, when they hear that you're calling about the Sebastian Rogers case, they don't call you back. Just from experience. But hopefully, fingers crossed, I can speak with the person who wrote this article, and I can verify some information for us. But I like to do that because I think it's important. But it's just going to take me a little bit longer to get that sort of response if they do respond. But I will let you guys know, and I'll just say they made no comment or something like that. But Showpoodle says the PFs force people to pick a side, and I would never listen to those foul-mouthed channels. Even if they supported Seth, I would just not listen to anyone. Filthy language, not for me. And I understand that, Showpoodles. I'm the same way. I don't want to sit there and listen to that all day. It would put me in a really bad negative mood, excuse me. And I was reading this comment. It says removed. Not prude. Yeah, no, and that's the thing too. I mean, so yeah, I just couldn't. I'm not a prude either, and I cuss like a sailor in real life, but I just feel like getting up here I have to be a little bit more careful with what I say. I try not to swear as much. And then of course, like if you're around kids and stuff like that, I consider the people I'm with, I read the room and everything, but in the same way, Yeah, it is. It's too much. And I don't like to listen about other people's sex lives. I could do without that. I could, that it's none of my business. I don't need to hear about it, is my opinion on that. To me, I don't know. It's awkward. Um, But you guys have been so great tonight. We had a great episode. I've lost my train of thought a couple times while, while I was up here, but that's just because I'm not used to. I was getting so used to like being live, and then now I'm not as used to it. So my first night back, but I appreciate all of your patience, especially everybody that is a member, because I know they like paused it. I moved from Missouri to Florida, and in the move, they had me verify my identity. Well, then my ID expired that I used for it. So I needed to go get a new driver's license in Florida. So I went to do that, and it was just a whole fiasco because they were supposed to send me my copy of my driver's license in the mail. Well, they never did because I already took care of this in Missouri. So I thought, well, then YouTube went ahead and demonetized until I could show proof of identity, which I was able to do that. But the DMVs here are off the chains. Like, they are so busy, like nothing I've ever seen. And I lived in Chicago. But you could still like get in there and get your stuff. It's, let's just put it this way, for me to be the second person in line without an appointment, because they didn't have any appointments till February, I had to go there and wait in line at 6 o'clock in the morning, and they opened at 8:30, just so I can get in there and beat the madness. And so I did that on Monday. I woke up super early, and I went over there and got everything taken care of, and then they verified me, and here we are again. So for anybody that's, when you get monetized and go through that whole process and everything, just know that, keep your documents up to date in terms of your, driver's license, because if you move or something like that, they probably will ask you to re-verify yourself and that sort of thing. But that's where I was. And then also StreamYard wouldn't allow me to stream. And so, because of YouTube, I believe it was a YouTube issue now, because obviously it was fixed as soon as that other issue was fixed. So with that being said, we will go live. Tomorrow, I am going to be on during the day. I'm going to do a double live, kind of like Ted Nugent, double live Gonzo. No, I'm just kidding. It's not going to be that cool. I'm going to go live at 1 p.m. Eastern time, and then I have one of my mods that's going to come on panel, and Gracie is going to join me as well. We are going to discuss something there's a case that's very important that we need to discuss tomorrow, and the reason why is because there is a shyster on these YouTube streets, and I cannot keep going with it any longer. I need to allow one of my mods who experienced something with this person to speak on it, and I need to speak my piece on it, because this person is infiltrating a lot of places in YouTube, and I just want people to know what the experiences have been with this person. In my opinion, I do not believe they belong in true crime when they are messing with families of the missing and lying their asses off. So we're going to go into that tomorrow, and that's going to be a special, daytime live for you guys, because that was what time that my guests could become on panel. So we're going to do that panel discussion tomorrow, and I have receipts for what I'm going to be showing you all. I never should have promoted this person. That was my fault. And because I promoted this person, I feel like others might promote them too. The reason why I promoted this person to begin with was because another channel was promoting them. And so I just feel obligated and responsible, especially after what has transpired, for me to come up and be a whistleblower. I know it's not good etiquette. I know it's probably against some of the kind of YouTube verse unspoken rules, but it's warranted this time. And just in the future, I will just have to be a lot more careful with who I collaborate with. But that being said, I can own up to my responsibility in the matter that I promoted this person and I shouldn't have. But we will get into it tomorrow. I love you all so very, very much. And please wait for my next video with Unnamed True Crime Channels. When she did the enhancement on the photo, it's really, really good. And then also I'm going to show you guys what I found on the Texas Roadhouse really fast. But I will be back to see you all tomorrow. So 1 p.m. Eastern, because I do want to talk about the children who were brought into this nasty mess by this nasty person. So I will see you all tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern. Thank you all so much for being here. And yes, I will tell it all tomorrow on Unnamed True Crime Channel, or I could just email you back. I could email you and let you know who it is. But yeah, this person is going to get, I'm not going to dox anybody or anything like that, but, I'm going to try to keep it really classy and about the people who it should be, which is the victims, which is the missing, which is these 2 little girls whose lives were taken, whose father needed help, and who this person lied to. So I will see you all tomorrow, and you all have a great night. Let's all pray for Sebastian and justice for him, because I feel like I really do think that we're looking at needing justice for Sebastian rather than us finding him alive and well. And I don't like to admit that, and I haven't wanted to admit that, but based on this picture and some of the other things that have been coming forward, I really believe, love you too, Margaret. I really believe that that's what we're looking at here, unfortunately. So thank you, Merge. Thank you so much. I will talk to you guys tomorrow. You all have a wonderful night, and thank you all so much for being here and for your patience. Thank you.